over with because Lord knows once we put Chris and Rick and Yo in here, Sac ain't gonna have any representation for a long time.
Well, I mean, you got to look at what Papagiannis did internationally. And,
stop it!
His international impact on the game,
as Gorilla Monsoon would say, "Will you stop?" Georgis.
Papagiannis' international impact is, it can't be discounted.
I'm surprised Tony Kukoc just got in.
Yeah,
they made it out like he was an international legend in '96.
The waiter,
92.
Yeah, 92. Like he was been well documented, but it was like, oh, this guy Tony Kukoc, he's about to come to the NBA.
And I took it personally. I took it personally. You gonna bring him in? You gonna bring him in here, huh? Okay. All right. Man, Twitch is taking its sweet little time these days, boy. So the debut of Black Bottle Mo was a little bit more Gold Bottle Mo.
Yeah, Gold Bottle Mo. I saw that. Gold Bottle Mo was in the house.
I like it. Gold Bottle. Yeah, they were having some trouble last night.
Sure. I was listening to the podcast. And,
they had a couple of issues with their stream. Hey, good for you, Benny. Getting that COVID shot at Walmart, huh? Okay. Good for you. Good stuff.
Hold on, let me see what the people talking
Kenny out
about.
there doing a photo shooting. Old Sac this weekend, boy.
We dropped by.
Death.
We dropped by after we went to that compound that is.
Oh, stop
Damien's
it,
house.
Man! Knock it off. Y'all knock it off. I already used that joke on you. Ain't nobody.
We just stop in downtown. You know what I mean? It was freezing outside. I did feel like a real celebrity because it was cold as hell, but I had to get the pictures off, and I was freezing. I was like, yo, them little IG models that in their little bikinis, and it's freezing. I can only imagine.
Kenny out there with jeans and the Dope Ones t-shirt.
Yeah, man.
Donnie. Go to thedopeones.com now. Use the promo code DLOKC.
Yes, indeed.
Don't make me be the only ones buying them up. Bought like 10 of those things.
Yeah, today's a bad day. Already.
Oh, yeah, it is. I didn't notice that until.
It's a bad day.
Let me see if I can help out real quick. I'm going to disappear. Share what it do, baby. What's the? I'm confused. What's happening? You guys might already be involved in a conversation. I'm just missing out. D-Lo Casey, there it is.
Vibing out. I'm the street boy, sound my side.
In the 36th NBA season here in Sacramento has come to its conclusion. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Welcome into the Monday edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
We are thrilled that you are here with us. Shockingly, there's been, and I don't know if this is shockingly, and this isn't a shot at Luke Walton or the Sacramento Kings at all. There haven't been any coaching firings today, and we had kind of gone through the roster, looking at roster. We had kind of gone through the standings. We had kind of gone and looked at teams like, so many teams have made changes in recent years. Maybe there aren't going to be a lot of head coaching vacancies. We know that Minnesota is one, but they already filled it. Like they fired a coach and they hired a coach. They didn't hire an interim coach. They hired an actual coach. We know that Atlanta moved on from their coach, but they're in the playoffs. They got Nate McMillan there. We've heard rumors about Terry Stotts. We've heard rumors about Budenholzer, and there's rumors out there around other guys, but it's all quiet on the coaching front.
Well, I think
outside of Sacramento, it's all quiet everywhere. Like there's nothing happening here.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the coaches that are under fire right now, the coaches that could possibly be on the move, are all playoff coaches, and a lot of their future depends on what happens in this postseason for a lot of them. So, I mean, I think all those guys deserve to be where they're at, to remain where they're at. Terry Stotts, Budenholzer, even though there is some controversy between both of them, but
I don't understand.
I understand. I understand. I understand. I don't know if I don't agree, but I understand. I've been the same one talking about Budenholzer. Budenholzer, his issue is not leading the team through the regular season. It's getting them to that next level in the playoffs. He just hasn't been able to do that when he comes across a team that figures him out. So I understand it. Like I said, I wouldn't move on from him necessarily. And Terry Stotts, I mean, who do you look to blame here, or who do you look to change if your team is pretty stagnant for the last 5-6 years?
Yeah, I look at those as two completely different situations. Budenholzer, that roster is really good. That roster is really good. If you lose to the Nets in 7, if you lose to 76ers in 7, what do you do? Like, you're going to look at those two teams and go, well, they're not as talented as we are, or potentially even more talented than we are. But if you're losing in 4, or you're losing to anybody but them, yeah, you probably have some problems that you got to atone to, because that's a really talented roster there in Milwaukee.
And the issue is, well, and I know you're talking this year specifically, but the issue is the last 2 years. I mean, they went up 2-0 against Toronto, then lost 4 straight. You got to wonder, they figured them out. They weren't able to make the adjustments. Last year against Miami, they were down 3-0, and they won a game 4 and then ended up losing 5. Now, it was a bubble situation. Giannis got hurt his ankle as well. I firmly believe that if that series is taking place outside the bubble, it will result in something different, and we're going to get an opportunity to see this year as these two teams are locking up in round 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, Budenholzer, going back to Atlanta, being able to, when somebody figures out how to slow them down or shut them down, in the postseason, he hasn't been able to make that adjustment. He doesn't have a curveball. That's what it looks like right now.
The second straight Kings season came to a conclusion with a 31-41 record. Back-to-back 72-game seasons, obviously completely different circumstances surrounding these two 72-game seasons. Last year, we had no idea how many games were going to be played following the league suspension on March 11th, but it wound up being 72. It was planned all along to be 72, and very, very early in the season, it did not feel like we were going to make it. When we started rolling out game suspensions there, to start the season in game postponements, I didn't think we were going to actually get to 72, but yet we did. The NBA was able to navigate all of that and get all of these games played, and so here we are again, the second straight season for the Sacramento Kings with a 31-41 finish. Richaun Holmes, Harrison Barnes, Tyrese Haliburton, and Marvin Bagley have all already spoken to the media today. And I'm going to throw this at you because it's been lingering in my head, and I can't. It's not an insinuation. It's a legitimate question. Tyrese, Marvin, Harrison, and Richaun Holmes. They all spoke to the media today. The media session's over. It was a good media session, by the way. It was about 90 minutes long. It was good stuff. There's some good stuff in there. You'll hear from all of them. Harrison, very, very introspective on the season. He had a lot to say about his teammates and about the team and about things that they need to do better. But is there something missing from there?
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. And I looked at it. Well, wait a minute. I was trying to piece it all together. Like I couldn't come up with an explanation. Marvin didn't play. Tyrese wasn't playing. Harrison played. In fact, none of those guys were playing.
Right.
Their season's been over for a while. I was like, why didn't De'Aaron speak? Now maybe De'Aaron will speak later. Maybe he'll speak on his own. I'm not really sure. Again, not trying to be a detective here, or I'm just throwing it out there. I thought it was interesting that De'Aaron wasn't made available today, or certainly wasn't made available this morning.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that's all about. You know what I mean? There aren't any tea leaves to read right there, as far as him being upset with the organization. I mean, he hadn't even started the contract that he just signed, so there ain't nothing.
No, and these were the times for these were put out like yesterday. These times were put out there, so it's not like something that happened this morning and De'Aaron wasn't available. Like we were given the times yesterday as to who would be available and when, and they followed those times to a T.
Yeah. I mean, it is odd, but I don't know. I'm not saying that you are saying that there's something there, but I'm just saying in general, like, I don't know if there's anything there, you know what I mean? Like, it's just,
I'm sure there's not
an odd little quirk.
Yeah. It's just weird. And maybe there will be another media session later. Outside of De'Aaron, maybe it'll be, De'Aaron by himself, but outside of De'Aaron, I don't know who else I want to talk to. Like, you know what I mean? Like, right. I love Terrence Davis, Mo Harkless, DeLon Wright, all of those guys for sure. But he's not really a great soundbite. So outside of De'Aaron, I don't really want to hear from anybody else. But I do want to hear from De'Aaron. And maybe that's the idea. These guys were in, I think Tyrese had 30. Richaun and Marvin, I think, were closer to 15. Harrison was kind of pushing. He was lingering more around the 20 to 25 minute mark. So it could be they're going to want to talk to De'Aaron. They were going to want to talk to De'Aaron for a little bit longer. So maybe that'll be scheduled at a later date and time. And the Kings media people said as much when we were signing off. They said, we'll reach out in the next couple of days and let you know what's next. So
yeah, might be him and Luke doing on the same day.
Could be. Could very well be, because that's going to be the big topic of discussion until we get a ruling, if you will, one way or another. Is Luke Walton going to be back as the Sacramento Kings head coach? Some say he should be. Some say he shouldn't be. Some say some are reading the tea leaves. Some are believing that De'Aaron Fox and that conversation with Howard Beck. Some people believe that D'Lo and KC and their conversation with Ramona Shelburne and all of those things that have been put out there about how much De'Aaron trusts Luke Walton and how they've built a trust with each other that could weigh in. Tyrese, again, you'll hear from Tyrese Haliburton later. Tyrese spoke glowingly about Luke Walton. Everybody we heard from today, for the most part, spoke glowingly about the coaching staff. So, there's something to that. Like maybe that's what this is about. Maybe Luke very much is going to be back here. But again, I think anytime you have a coach who's being written about, anytime you have a coach who is on the proverbial hot seat, you'll get the obligatory. The Sacramento Kings are sticking with Luke Walton. The Sacramento Kings have no plans to release Luke Walton or have no plans to fire Luke Walton. You'll get something that confirms the story one way or another. Coaches that aren't being written about don't need confirmation. But the people who are writing about these particular coaches that are on the hot seat, like a Luke Walton, they're going to follow up on their stories like, hey, haven't heard anything. Is it safe to assume that Luke Walton is back as the head coach? So I would expect the confirmation one way or another at some point. I thought it would be this morning. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll be in the coming days. As if the Sacramento Kings are eyeing a new head coach, it doesn't appear that there's going to be a big. It doesn't appear that there's going to be a big market that they're going to have to compete with,
right?
Because no one has been fired today, which is great, but it's also very unusual. It's very unusual that you get to the day after the season and no one has been let go.
Yeah, a little peculiar, a little odd. I don't know, Damien. I know it's a topic. I know it's an issue. I'm just a little, and I tweeted it as much earlier this morning. I'm just a little perplexed at the energy given to wanting to get Luke Walton out of here. Like I've said it numerous times before. If you want him out of here, if he gets fired, so be it. So be it. Don't cry for me, Argentina. I'm not worried about Luke Walton keeping his job or anything like that.
Not a reference I was mentally prepared for from you this morning, but okay, I'll ride with it. I'm here. I'm here.
I'm not shedding no tears, but I feel like there's so many more pressing issues. I actually have the top issues for this team. And at first I thought maybe Luke Walton wouldn't even be top 5. He just makes the top 5 because there's some things that are lumped together. But there are numerous situations that need to be resolved with this organization before you get to Luke Walton. And everybody is fixated on this Luke Walton thing, and they're so passionate about this Luke Walton thing. I'm perplexed, Damien. Maybe you can help me out. Maybe the people in the chatty house could help me out because I don't get it.
You don't get why people think Luke is a bad coach?
No, I don't get why every tweet this morning has been about Luke Walton. Comments
because
about Luke Walton, unfortunately.
Because that's the number one thing to watch is whether
no, it's not.
Because it's
not.
What are you talking? Okay, then what's the number one thing to watch?
I'll tell you on the other side.
No, don't tell me on the other side. Tell me right now. What's the number one thing to watch
is what you're going to do with Marvin Bagley.
You can't do that today.
You know, that's the number one thing to watch.
That can't be done today.
That's the number one thing to watch.
It can't be done today.
This offseason, that's the number one thing to watch.
It can't be done today. There's only one thing that can be done.
Okay, so this offseason, you can do the thing that's number 4 on the list today. Who cares? All right. Number one thing is Marvin Bagley, what you're going to do with him.
Okay. You're making no sense. You can't address that today. There is one thing you can address today, and it's Luke Walton. Luke is back as the Sacramento Kings head coach. Luke is not back as the Sacramento Kings head coach. It's the only thing you can address today. You can't address Marvin. You can't address Buddy. You can't address Harrison. You can't address the lottery. You can't address the draft. Hell, you don't even have to address this. He's under contract for 2 more years. Monty could just go off into his office and say, what are you asking me this for? I didn't write the article. Go ask Sam Amick or Jason Jones or James Ham or whoever's writing these articles. Don't ask me. You can't address Marvin Bagley today. It's going to be that kind of show. We're 13 minutes into it. It's going to be that. It's going to be that kind of show.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny going wild out here some more on the other side. You know what? Let's go to McQueen and the Violet Fog commercial because that's about the only thing that's going to make me happy right now on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I see I'm going to be pouring some stiff glasses of McQueen and the Violet Fog here today after 4 hours of talking to my partner, but that's all right. Sometimes the NBA season brings about the need to just calm yourself down with a cool, refreshing beverage, and there's no better beverage to do that than with McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. So you can taste the quality in every single bottle. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And Kenny says it, I say it, you hear it all the time. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. Their smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor cools and refreshes me every time, no matter how hot Kenny Caraway gets me from 12 to 4 every single day. Head over to drizzly.com and grab a bottle or next time you're out at your store. Look for McQueen and the Violet Fog. If it's not there, no problem. Let me know. Let Casey know. We'll get you taken care of. We'll let our man Ben know. We'll let our man Ben know that your favorite store needs to re-up. We'll get you set up. Take your pictures at D'Lo McCasey, at McQueen and Violet Fog on Instagram. Tag us in them so we can share with everybody that after 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. ESPN 1320 reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Dang.
You got 113 now.
Got you.
I don't know if you saw that. Yeah, 13.
I'm done here.
Yeah. There you go. Looks like a hypervolt.
Well, what is this called? I don't even know. Where's the damn thing at? I don't know.
It's all right. Looks like a hypervolt. Probably operates the same exact way.
Yeah, man. This thing, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Those are good to have.
Especially at this age.
Yes. Big facts. Big facts.
John, the only thing they got to do is win. That's the way they answer it.
They can't win today.
They can't tell you nothing.
They can't win today.
That's going to fix that.
They can't win today because they ain't playing the game today because the season's over because they failed to make the playoffs again.
And it's not the Kings, it's the people. The Kings ain't said nothing, so I'm not perplexed by them. They ain't said nothing. The people are so intent on this Luke Walton thing, and like I said, it's not even the most pressing issue. So that may be the disconnect. The Kings ain't got me perplexed. They ain't said nothing. So whether they can do something today or not, it don't matter.
I don't think there's going to be another coaching change in the league. Like I'm just looking out. The dude in Oklahoma City whose name I can never get right. He's new. Chris Finch is new. I mean, I guess Bjorgren is one to watch, given what happened earlier.
He's out.
Steven Silas isn't going anywhere. Billy Donovan's new. Obviously, the Nate McMillan situation will get addressed later. Taylor Jenkins. Yeah, but I don't think there's going to be a single fight. Steve Clifford? Well, maybe Steve Clifford. Maybe Steve Clifford is the one to watch, but I doubt it.
Yeah, he might go though. He might go. How many years has he been there? I think it's his second. Maybe it's
that looks right. Yeah, looks right.
He might be cleaning house.
For what though? With the regular season getting completed yesterday, Golden State Warriors Steph Curry wins the scoring title, averaging 32 points per game. Clint Capella wins the rebounding title, averaging 14.3 rebounds a game. Russell Westbrook, the assist leader.
Good for him.
In the NBA, 11.7 assists per game. Jimmy Butler leads the way in the steals category at 2.1. Rudy Gobert leads the block category with 2.7. And Julius Randle leads the league in minutes.
That's maybe the least surprising thing on that list.
Absolutely. If you know Tom Thibodeau, you know someone on his team is going to lead the league in minutes. 37.6 minutes for Julius Randle, a.k.a. Zach Randolph, a.k.a. only for Shaquille O'Neal and literally no one else on the planet. Steph has been really extraordinary over the last few months. We'll dive into the other NBA stuff. It's going to be fun to see. It's going to be fun to see the Lakers and the Warriors. We'll dive into that as the day goes along. KC, we'll dive into. Despite the season coming to a conclusion without a playoff appearance yesterday, it was a great day for Sacramento. It was a great day for Sacramento basketball. With the recognition that they got at the Hall of Fame, with the Hall of Fame inductions of Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith as part of the class of 2021. We'll dive into that as well. We've got plenty of time. We're just getting comfortable or uncomfortable, depending on who you ask. As my partner says, dealing with Luke Walton isn't even a concern. It's like fifth on the list, fourth on the list, maybe. It's not even a problem. I don't even know who Anthony is, but you're saying it's
Anthony's the guy we have to jump this weekend on Twitter.
We've got to deal with Marvin Bagley first. It's like, nope, Kenny, you can't deal with Marvin Bagley today. You got to deal with Marvin Bagley later. Like, you've got to see if things that you want to deal with this offseason, but there's only one that can be dealt with today. And that's the point I was trying to make to you, that you won't.
Officially, that's one that the Kings can deal with today.
That's it.
I ain't talking about the Kings. I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about the streets. And if you go down your timeline, and if you go down your Kings Twitter,
no. See, this is what you're doing. You're not talking about the streets. You're talking about Twitter. You're talking about like 1% of people right now.
I mean, the Chatty House is doing the same thing.
Chat's house crazy. You know they're a little
what
off.
these people are talking about. I don't know why people are agonizing and putting as much energy. I'm not saying put no energy into it.
Are they agonizing and just talking
they're
about
agonizing.
it? Are you sure they're agonizing or are they talking about it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. They're agonizing about it. If Luke Walton comes back, I'm already mentally preparing myself. Okay, relax. Relax. Like it ain't.
You better be
deep.
mentally prepared to deal with Marvin Bagley being out half the season if he comes back, because history says he's going to be out half the season.
That's deep.
You gotta prepare. You gotta mentally prepare for everything that involves the Sacramento Kings.
I'll ask the question that I teased on Twitter, and I'll ask you the question. I'll ask the people the question, because everybody it's about the coach. We need to change the coach. Give you two scenarios, and look, people are so thirsty. They're so thirsty to get on Luke Walton and fire him and all this other stuff that they ain't even answer my question. They're like, well, why can't we do both? Why can't we improve the roster and get rid of the coach? Like, you don't even know what I'm asking you. You have no. I didn't even say anything. I said I'm gonna ask a simple question.
Just acknowledge you're talking about Twitter and you're not talking about people. You're talking about Twitter. Talking about people. Nothing else. You're talking about Twitter.
Twitter people. But let me ask you the question. If you got two scenarios in front of you, number one, you get rid of Luke Walton and sign whatever coach, whatever first-year coach that we have no idea about, but Sam Cassell. Let's just say Sam Cassell.
Okay.
But you have to keep Buddy Hield on the roster. Would you take that? Or would you keep Luke? You can keep Luke Walton, or maybe I'll phrase that a different way. You get an all-star shooting guard. Say you get Paul George, but you have to keep Luke Walton. Which door are you taking? Door A is new coach and Buddy Hield. Door B is Paul George and Luke Walton.
I take Paul George.
Everybody in their right mind would take Paul George. But y'all,
is that like? Wait a second. Is that a realistic scenario?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So you're putting it like, would you rather have Luke Walton and LeBron James, or like, what are you doing?
I'm just because I said earlier in the weekend and yesterday, I said improving the roster is the number one priority.
With an all-NBA player, that's a hell of an improvement. You went from CJ McCollum, a guy who has never made an all-star team,
never all-star. Yeah, that's right. You did mention that.
To an all-NBA player.
I even say CJ McCollum. Like, if you got CJ McCollum in here, but you had to keep Luke Walton, you would go with door A still?
Door A was moving on from Luke Walton.
Keep Buddy and Sam Cassell come here as a coach.
I think I would. I think in that scenario,
keep Buddy
I would.
and go Sam Cassell instead of CJ McCollum and keep Luke Walton. See, I disagree.
Okay.
No, go. What were you saying?
Go ahead.
I was going to say I disagree. I think improving the roster is the number one priority, and answering the questions that you have with this roster is the number one priority. You got to figure out what you're doing with Marvin Bagley.
I understand. Completely agree.
You got to figure out what you're doing with Richaun Holmes.
Yep. No question. You've
got to clear space with Buddy or Harrison or both.
Listening to Harrison today, I have no interest in moving him.
I don't have any interest in moving him either. But the fact remains, if you can't move Buddy, kind of hamstrung for the scenario that we all talk about. We all talk about want to be ready to pounce if there's a star available. And if you do a scenario that I asked Bobby Marks, where you have Harrison and you have Buddy and you bring back Richaun and you bring back Bagley and Simo Harkless, you're not ready to pounce on anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, you would have to acquire someone through a trade, so you'd still Buddy could be involved in the trade. It's the situations that you've talked about before with the Pascal Siakam idea, like all of these different ideas that you've had. Like those are trade there's no amnesty clause. Like, there's no getting out of this. Like, the only way you're getting out from underneath this contract is to trade him, and you're getting money in return. If you hit a home run, you're getting 80% for a year or two. That's almost impossible. That's almost an impossible scenario to imagine, unless someone out there really, really covets a Buddy Hield. But I've said this to you before, and I'll say this again. And I think I tweeted this like at halftime of yesterday's game, but all it was a tweet of something you and I talked about on Friday. Mm-hmm. And we may have talked about it on a number of occasions, but it still holds true to me. If Luke Walton is the head coach next year, that's fine. As long as it's Monty McNair's decision. As long as it's Monty McNair's decision, I'm all for it. If there's other reasons that Luke Walton is the head coach, if Monty McNair doesn't have trust in him, if Monty McNair doesn't believe him, but he can't do anything about it, then I have a big problem. Like, we're stuck. Like, this organization is just going to continue to be stuck, and there's not going to be any way out of it. But if the decision, go ahead.
There'll definitely be a way out of it. Like,
how so?
This is the perplexing thing. If you get an all-star, you're out of it. Like, that's my whole thing.
Well, okay,
like,
all right, that's my fault. Let me finish. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my point. You'll know where I'm going with this. If the decision is to keep Luke Walton, then I feel like there needs to be changes on the roster, and the changes probably have to include Buddy Hield, because I don't think you've gotten the best out of Buddy Hield. And I don't know what the best is. I don't know if the year with Dave Yeager was an anomaly, but I know he's dropped 4 points per game since that year. I know he's dropped a little bit each year. I know his game has changed, since that year with Dave Yeager that got him that big contract. So I just don't know that it works with Luke. Same thing with Marvin Bagley. You said this all year, and I think it holds true, even until the bitter end. Luke doesn't trust Marvin. Simple as that. Luke does not trust Marvin Bagley. So there's no point in keeping those guys around. Like, you have to be very aggressive in trying to move them. It's one thing to, if there's the right offer out there, or if something comes about, then, we'll consider moving them. But if Luke Walton is going to be your head coach next year, you have to be very aggressive in wanting to move them, because you've shown, at least through these 2 years, the combination of those two guys, individually, Buddy with Luke and Bagley with Luke, it doesn't work. So I'm fine for the roster rehaul if Luke is here. Now, if Luke goes, I wonder if I don't know that there's going to be as big of a big roster change, but it all depends on what the organization thinks of Buddy, Marvin. I can't imagine an organization thinking poorly of Harrison Barnes, but maybe they feel like that's our best way to get the piece that we want. Maybe it's our best way to get the Kenny Caraway all-star that he's been talking about for months now.
And I'll also say this. I think regardless of who the coach is, if they can, say they brought everybody back, the way it is, I think it's a team that should make the playoffs, regardless of who the coach is. If it's Luke, if it's a new coach, this roster as constructed on the last day of the season, if they came back
with everybody healthy,
they should make the playoffs. Absolutely.
Let's call it the postseason, because we're not talking a 10-game difference here. We're talking about the play-in, right? So we need to start referring to the play-in as the postseason rather than the playoffs, because I was told earlier this year emphatically that the play-in isn't the playoffs. So we've got to start talking about it.
Even if they got into the play-in scenario, I mean, that's a team that's equipped to win a game or two or whatever they need to do to get into the playoffs.
Okay. Well, I'm not done with that. 916-349-1320. We're sure many of you have some thoughts today on the Sacramento Kings and their immediate and long-term future. So let us know what you think. 916-349-1320. Can't wait to hear how Big Al works the Lakers into the conversation today. Big Al, what's going on, man?
I won't do it, G-Law, and I'm with you on your thoughts. You did it. I won't go as far as I went because you shut me down on that.
Hey, just to be clear, it's not me. It's not me. It's Trigger Happy Jesse in there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't say that. I wanted to speak about the Celtics, but forget that. Let's talk Kings. Listen, you're absolutely right, Joe D'Lo. You're absolutely right. And KC's right, too. So it's not just Walton. Walton could be part of it, but the players also have to really say, I want to progress as well. That's the players' responsibility. The coach is to get the best out of them and try and get them managed up or manage them out. That's what I did. I mean, come on. You manage people up and you manage them out. That's your option. That's what you got. So anyway, I hope the Kings will improve and Sacramento will feel very happy. Remember in the beginning of the year, you laughed at me, and well, you should have. I mean, I was so high on the Kings. I thought the Kings could be, what did I say, fifth? And I was very, very wrong. But I cannot see how they couldn't have gotten at least to the 9-10 spot. Oh my goodness! Not with the talent. They have some really good talent.
Yeah, I thought at the beginning of the season that they should have been around there.
I think
I was wrong about that.
I think really good talent's a smidge bit of a stretch, but there are pieces here that we obviously like. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Drew. Drew, what's going on, man?
Hey.
What's up, Drew?
How you guys doing?
We all right, man. What's up, Drew?
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to give you guys a shout out. I mean, I just tried the McQueen and the Violet Fog gin last Friday. I don't know if it was subliminal advertising or whatever this year. D-Load mentioned it over and over and over again, but I was like, you know what, I got to get me a bottle, and I really enjoyed it.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I wanted to start with that, and then
nice.
The next thing I just kind of wanted to talk about was, I know, it's not a lot of us are, really thrilled or excited at the prospect of Luke coming back. But I don't know, when you, especially after Haliburton today, steps up and kind of, just speaks, glowingly about him. Does that make you guys feel like, if we were to make a move, and maybe peeve off two of our, young stars, do you think that it would be worth it? At maybe 3 to 5 more wins next year? I mean, you have to imagine new head coach is still going to need to instill a new system, going to have to build chemistry, all that stuff. I don't know if a new head coach is going to get us where we need to be next season. Maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, I get it, but I'm just talking about next season purely at this point.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Good stuff, Drew. And glad you picked up your bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog gin, man. Hope you enjoy it. Yeah, we're confident that you're going to enjoy it. We're positive that you're going to enjoy it. De'Aaron's an interesting one because this would be De'Aaron's third coach. In trying to answer Drew's, original question about is it worth, upsetting potentially De'Aaron Fox, given what, we've read and heard about his relationship with Luke Walton, and then we'll play some sound from Tyrese Haliburton from today's earlier media sessions coming up in just a couple of minutes as well. That's one thing that we have said regularly here throughout the year is that Luke has great relationships with these players.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I even heard the term, and it might have been Tyrese here who talked about Luke being a player's coach. But it's part of business, and part of business is also Monty has to go to De'Aaron, and you do to a certain degree, despite the fact he's in your books for 5 more years. This is a star-driven league, and De'Aaron is the star that the Sacramento Kings have, and you have to convince them, hey, everything that you're doing right now, the incredible season that you had is fantastic, but it's only going to get us so far as long as we're winning 31. It's only going to get you so far if we keep winning 31 games. Right. We have to do better. We have to get into the postseason. We have to get above 500, and we believe our best chance of doing that is by moving on from Luke Walton and bringing a coach in here that we think will be a better fit for you and the rest of your team. De'Aaron might not like it. Tyrese might not like it, but they've got to understand that's part of the business. Mm-hmm. So I don't think you're damaging any relationships right there. But with Monty, you better get it right. Mm-hmm. You better get it right, because getting if they were to move on from Luke Walton, getting it wrong, you would continue to anger your fan base, and now you would piss off your 2 stars. So now you've got nothing going for you, and then guess what you become? You become Pete, you become Vlade, you've become every general manager that has, walked through that office door in the last 8 years or so.
The thing with hiring another head coach is I don't really look at it this way with Tyrese, because he's still young, still wet behind the ears. As Stephen A would say, breath smelling like Similac when it comes to his time in the NBA. But you look at De'Aaron, if you keep Marvin, look at Buddy, you look at those guys. Like you said, that's 3 coaches.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it'll be, I could see them being like, well, what the hell's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's really going on here? Look at it like this is a joke. This is a joke. Everything that everybody says about this place is 100% right. And I know me personally, I would expect them to go out there and handle business because at the end of the day, you know my phrase, your name's on the test. So De'Aaron Fox, regardless if it's a third coach, this is your reputation on the line. This is your career on the line. Find a way to win. You know what I mean? You got 5 years here. So I don't care if they put my grandmother as the head coach. Find a way to win. You know what I mean? That would be my mentality. But at the same time,
grandma coach?
She'd probably be a disciplinarian.
Okay.
She'd probably be ain't no players coach going on with Gigi. I don't think so.
You know, it's wild. Cheryl from Elk Grove hit me up for a bottle of the Nuke Bel Air Blue. She hit me up on IG for the new bottle. Like you. So what have we learned today, kids? Kenny doesn't take care of his mom. That's what we heard.
She got to wait for the next shit. I got pictures to take. Okay?
Like mom, we only got 2 bottles. Like
I got pictures to take. Mom,
and I can't even drink mine because they're behind me. I want you to get back to your thought, but I want to get to Miles first. He's been waiting patiently here. 916-349-1320. Miles, what's good, man? Thanks for the call.
What's up, man? I just want to say, in all my years of listening to the talk radio, this is my very first call because this man, KC, really had the nerve to say improving the roster is more important than changing the coach.
Absolutely. Hold on 1 second, Miles. It is your first call, so I want to give you some air horns. There you go. Got you.
Appreciate it. As a basketball coach, I think the number one thing that deals with coaching, because all my OGs coach say it's always the roster. So as a coach, I think the biggest job is encouragement of the players. Then it goes down to the schemes and stuff like that. And I think Luke Walton, when you see him on the bench, he doesn't even look like the type of coach to encourage a guy that to get it out the mud. Like, who even is Luke Walton when he was a player? I don't even think he has truthfully respect from the players because he was just the best player when he was playing. Now, in your scenario, when you said either get a guy like Sam Cassell as a coach or take C.J. McCollum, I'm for sure taking a coach because C.J. McCollum, like you said, is not even been an all-star yet. So we're talking about getting guys that realistically haven't even hit the atmosphere of being great. And being a Kings fan, we don't really get people in free agency. So I'd rather improve what we can improve, and I think that is improving something like getting a new coach.
Okay.
All right, Miles. All right.
I do want to point one thing out, and Miles, we appreciate you. Thanks for calling in for the first time. You're welcome to call in anytime, as everybody else is. 916-349-1320. I think you're wrong about the players having respect for Luke Walton. I absolutely think that not only do I think they have respect for Luke Walton, I think they have a tremendous amount of respect for Luke Walton. So I completely disagree with that sentiment there.
I agree too. I agree with you. He has respect in that locker room. Yeah. Absolutely, he has respect in that locker room.
Let's go to Daniel here real quick, Kenny. 916-349-1320. Daniel, what's up, man? Thanks for calling.
What's going on, fellas? Good to talk to you guys.
Likewise.
Up,
it seems like the Kings are just spinning their wheels every single season. Don't you think? Are you guys satisfied with this GM to start off a brand new team? Like, don't you have to go the direction that the 49ers went? Jed finally got it in his head. I have to do this right. He fired everybody. He got the new GM. He got the new coach. He stayed away from everything, and that's the way to start it. So don't they have to get rid of Luke? They have to get rid of Luke.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's numerous scenarios where GMs and head coaches inherited all this other stuff. It works.
Daniel and Daniel, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for calling. And yes, it does feel like a constant. They're spinning their wheels over and over and over again, and it just feels like they're stuck. But I'm trying to think of, and I'll think about it. Let's bring our man Herbert in here first.
Herbert, what's up, man?
Herbert, what's going on, baby?
Hey, What's up, KC? What's up, D?
What's up
good
now?
with you, bro?
Hey, so you guys know I hate Luke Walton, man. I hate him. But I kind of feel KC, Kings do need stability, and I feel like they've done that with the coach search and replacing the coaches. I think with Luke Walton, he was kind of like the Kings team. He was a young guy who hasn't proved any, hasn't had a chance to like prove himself. So what we're doing is just like the Kings were young and we're watching them grow. I think we're watching Luke Walton grow into becoming a coach, and that's where everybody's frustrated. He's probably going to be a good coach eventually or whatever. I just think he didn't have an identity or a system in place already, and he's probably building that, as we speak. So I think maybe we should keep him maybe 1 more year and give it a go, and just for stability purposes.
Okay. Okay, maybe we go with you dislike Luke, because when you come out firing, it's I hate Luke Walton. It's like, hey, man, Herbert, let's chill a little bit. Let's open these phone lines up for you if y'all want to get in here and share your grievances. Tell Kenny's why he's wrong. Better for you to tell Kenny's why he's wrong than me always telling Kenny why he's wrong.
Hey, Damian, once again, like we talked about yesterday on Twitter, what am I wrong about?
I know you're always know when Kenny's about to drop a gem, he starts looking around. That's what he just did right there. What am I wrong about? He's looking around the house and nobody is in except for him.
I just want people to tell me that I'm wrong, that the coach matters more than the roster. Because that's the only thing I've said.
Okay. Let's talk more about that. If you want to get in on the conversation, please do. 916-349-1320. Of course, you can watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We hope that you follow us there. If you're more a YouTube subscriber, how about youtube.com/ESPN1320? Hit the subscribe button and hit the thumbs up as you watch the video. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Kings. You'll hear from Tyrese Haliburton. You'll hear from Richaun Holmes. You'll hear what they had to say in today's year-end media session next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah. Take it.
Rack them.
Oh, man.
Where's John at? I can't find it. But John, no, the Cheryl that you see in here, that's my aunt. Oh, there it is. That's not Cheryl Baltimore. Yeah, Cheryl in Baltimore is Cheryl. I think her thing is like CB something.
Well, that's not different. That's not that much different than your mom's Twitter handle. Instagram handle.
Run, I think is.
Oh, is that what it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she's randomly on there.
She's like, I need some Luke Belaire, D-Lo. I need the blue D-Lo, and it's like.
Because I hit her with that no. So she went to the other outlet.
I was like, you're like 2 minutes away from some, right? Like you try, like if you just like Cheryl, if you just walked into the house, took it and left, what's Kenny gonna do?
I'd be like, what was Shabelle when he was doing D and he had all the money and that's how I'd be with Luke Belaire. Remember that? He has all the money doing that. That's how I be with my blue bottle. I can't even drink again.
I know we can't. We had to have it back there for Sports Sunday last night. Shout out to Charlie and Sarah and Marshall for having us on.
See, you got what Jay-Z once said. Do you guys listen to music or do you just skim through it? Do you guys listen to what I say? Do you listen to what I say or do you just skim through it?
Nobody listen to you.
Apparently.
Now that's the realest text ever.
She's on edge. You guys think I'm on edge?
Damn, Poker Pro, who are you talking to? What is Eric's last tweet about? Or why do I keep calling them tweets? What's Eric's last message about? What did you who's waiting for us, Jesse? Excuse me? Okay. All right. Well, see what happens. Apparently, there's someone on hold named Leo who wants to get on the air. So, all righty.
He said, "Excuse me." He said, "Excuse me."
Okay, it's okay. I know he's a fan. It's all right. He can listen. Welcome everybody.
Hey, are you guys for real? Or nah, no, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. Y'all funny, man. Stop, man.
Oh, I got you. Okay, Eric, I got you. I missed that. I got you, Eric. Okay, there it is. All right. I didn't see that. Oh man.
Hey, Jazzy. Like she said over the weekend, she only takes notice when she hears me laughing really loud. She pops in here.
Yep.
I don't know if there'll be anything funnier than that today. Hey, man, it's a everybody can get in here, man. Everybody.
Yeah.
We'll talk.
Everybody's welcome. Everybody's welcome. If we start getting trade proposals or buddy contract extensions, we'll know.
Yeah, now that Jay-Z and what's this term, straw man? I heard it for the first time yesterday. What you know what that means?
Straw man.
Yeah. I've heard it like 4 times in the last 24 hours. I don't know what it means.
Can't lie, it's a little weird for a Monday, but I'd expect nothing less. The chat house is packed. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We hope that you come hang out with us. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app as well. Hit that heart button if you're listening to us there and save us as your favorite radio station. My man CJ said he listens on the Odyssey app, and that heart button is a lifesaver for him because it reminds him, sends him push notifications like, hey, got to turn on D'Lo and KC, or hey, we've got some breaking news right here. I got to turn on D'Lo and KC and see what they're talking about. As of right now, though, we have no breaking news other than this. We're going to the phone lines, and we'll see how this all turns out for all of us. Now, go.
No,
yep,
go ahead. No, let's go.
916-349-1320. Let's get our man Leo in here. Leo, what's good?
How's it going, fellas? Big fan of the show, big fan of what you guys do. I was actually in Casey's mentions about this yesterday, but I had something about Luke. So
what's up, Leo?
I feel like we're overcomplicating the situation, right? Like Luke Walton's been a coach for five seasons, and what do we know about him as a coach? Like, what does he add to his team? Like, I feel like we're overcomplicating it. Like, he's just been a bad coach, like for 5 years. Like, I feel like we don't. Like one more year, like I don't really think he's going to show us anything different.
Okay, Leo.
Where my head's at, and I'm curious to see what you guys' response is.
Let me ask you a question, Leo. Hold on here, Jesse. Let me ask you a question, Leo. What does he do bad?
I mean, what does he do good though?
No. See, I knew you were going to come with that. What does he do bad?
What does he do bad? Well, he doesn't coach defense well. The Kings have the worst defense in NBA history, so I would say that's something he does bad.
Okay. All right. What else?
And I mean, just like a real, like, it's hard for me to say this without being in the locker room, but it just doesn't seem like he holds the players, like, accountable. It's like what Harrison Barnes said earlier today about there needing to be, like, a culture switch. I think that kind of is a shot at Luke. Like, Luke has, like, a pretty laid-back personality from what it seems like. And it just doesn't seem like he gets on players. Like, I could be wrong about that, but that's kind of just what it looks like from the outside.
Okay. That's good stuff. Like, I have a ton of notes on Harrison. We were going to play some of the things that Harrison said later, but since you referenced it, I think it's this one. Here's Harrison Barnes on the organization. You hear from Tyrese and Richaun Holmes. You'll hear from Marvin Bagley. We've got all of that stuff for you today. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone conversation. But here's the clip that Leo was referring to from Harrison Barnes earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, there's work to do. Building a culture doesn't happen overnight. And, to say that guys have been in higher pressure situations, winning situations, really developing, in the years, it's tough when you don't make the playoffs. Guys can only get so far without actually experiencing, a 500 season, without actually experiencing that playoff atmosphere, without experiencing that moment where your team is in that situation, you fall short, but then collectively you're all like, okay, we want to take that next level. We want to get out of the first round or out of the second round or whatever that may be. So, for us, we really just have to be tied in and committed to that. Everything that a player wants to accomplish in this league is tied to winning. You want to accomplish stats. You want to be, respected among your peers. You want to be regarded as, a top player, at your position, just in the league in general. All of those things are tied with winning. And I think as a group, collectively, I think when that is the most important focus and, when we want to get to that point, it'll happen. And we have the talent to do it. It's just a matter of, do we have the maturity, the focus, and the mentality?
So what I gathered from that, number one, there was nothing in there about Luke Walton.
There's more that could have been on that could be on me, because there's 3 clips that all have a similar overview, like on the organization. So there's a lot more. He doesn't specifically, listening to his whole conference, Casey, he doesn't say anything like Luke Walton is ... Right. Absolutely nobody did that.
No, I didn't expect him to say nothing like that, but Leo alluded to him saying something that was alluding towards maybe lack of accountability held by Luke. And what I got from that, James Ham, our guy, James Ham, he had one earlier where Harrison Barnes has had enough of the my bads from teammates, wants better personal accountability next season.
Yep.
And I think this is what I've tried to stress to everybody here. Everybody's like, Luke's not there to light a fire under them. Luke's not holding them accountable. I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. It starts with the individual. There is nobody on this planet, if I'm playing basketball, that should hold me more accountable than I hold myself. Let's be perfectly clear. And I want you guys to understand why that argument, I'm never going to wrap my head around that. I'm not saying that coaches can't demand certain things of you, that they can't motivate or not. I'm not saying that. And I know I'm not the only person like this on earth in the NBA, nothing like that. There is nobody, no coach, no general manager, no fan that could hold me to a higher standard than I hold myself. Those are the type of expectations that each individual needs to have for themselves. And that goes beyond who the coach is. If I mess up, I'm on my own head before coach is yelling at me.
But that's a character trait within you. That's a character trait.
That's what needs to be had here in Sacramento.
No, what you need to learn to do as a coach, and this to me is what make great coaches, because if everybody was like you, who would Pat Summitt be? Nobody.
Pat Summitt's also coaching kids, though.
No, fine. Who would Greg Popovich be? Greg Popovich would be nobody. Pick a great Pat Riley would be nobody. None of these guys would be anybody if everybody had that mentality that you're talking about right there. But that's not what coaching is. Coaching is adapting to the different personalities that are in your locker room, because in life, everybody has a different personality.
And I've said that is one of the things when Luke Walton came out talking about, I came from a Lute Olson and Phil Jackson and all that stuff. I came out and said, you've got to understand. I agree with you, Damien. You got to understand who's in your locker room. And you have to adjust. You can't coach everybody the same all the time, right? That's what coaching is. But it's the personal accountability. It's the personal accountability that is first. And if you don't have guys that personally hold themselves accountable, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough.
916-349. We'll have more from Harrison Barnes, Tyrese Haliburton, Richaun Holmes, Marvin Bagley coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll get to the Hall of Fame stuff as well. Again, 916-349-1320. We got Joe here. Joe, thanks for your patience. What's going on, baby?
Hey, guys. I like the show. I love the show. Just had a quick couple questions. First question, why is the word tanking such a trigger word in Sacramento? And also, second question, in terms of what the Kings are doing in the next couple of years, why is it that Kings fans are so scared of having losing seasons going forward, even though we've been losing more than anybody else? I just don't get it.
Can you before you go, can you clarify the second one a little bit? Like what do you mean? Are you talking about like losing on purpose? Like, do these two questions that you just asked, are they like tied together?
Yeah, they're kind of tied together. I mean, like for example, if we came out and said that, the Kings for the next couple of years are tanking, it's like everyone gets triggered that we're going to be losing on purpose because they don't want to lose anymore.
Right.
That's what we've been doing for the past how many years anyway. We should be more used to that than any other team. Open to the idea of tanking, in my opinion.
I got you. Okay, I know what you mean.
I hear what he's saying now, but we're done with that.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and Marshall laid this out beautifully for us on Friday because he, of course, covered that Philadelphia team who their tanking was different. Like what San Antonio allegedly did and all of that stuff. Like that's encouraging David Robinson to not come back after his back injury. That's a lot different than what Philadelphia did. Sitting guys in the final. Well, even what Oklahoma City did this year, it's a lot different than what Philadelphia did. And I think Philadelphia, as Marshall laid out for us the other day, was stuck in like the 7, 8, 9 range. They weren't getting out of the first rounds. They weren't really contenders in the playoffs. They were just kind of stuck in, they were even, we talked about the Portland Trailblazers kind of being stuck at a certain level. They were at a level below where the Portland Trailblazers are now, and they were stuck there. So they made the decision that they're going to embrace this process and tanking. And that was coming off of playoff appearances. When you have a team that's been out of the playoffs for 15 years, you've kind of put yourself behind the 8 ball now where you like tanking for a season isn't going to do you any good, because remember what also comes with taking is shedding contracts, bringing in, having, there's a salary cap that we all know so well. There's a salary floor also, and you're spending at that salary floor. And most Kings fans will remember the Maloof year where they were flirting with not even being at the salary floor because they were trying so hard to save money or whatever was going on with them, financially. So it's simple answer, in my opinion, to your question, Joe, is too late.
It's too late.
And now you've got De'Aaron here. What are you going to do? Ship De'Aaron off somewhere?
Yeah, it's too late.
It don't work.
And I think here in Sacramento, D'Lo, tell me if I'm wrong, I think people would even be more open to tanking if you had a Minnesota Timberwolves situation where you had a year where maybe you just missed and then you made the playoffs 1 year, 2 years later, you're back to having the number 1 pick. Like, I would take that, but we're not going another 3 straight years without nothing. You know what I'm saying?
And you can't,
you got to give us one.
And that's you can't, everyone will point to, well, Philadelphia, they're the number 1 seed. See, look, tanking work. Like, no, Joel Embiid sat like 3 years. Ben Simmons sat a year. They drafted Markelle Fultz too in Orleans Noel. Like, they missed on a lot of picks during the stretch in which they were really, really bad. So think about what you're asking. Are you prepared to be a barely out of single digit win team for the next 4 to 5 years?
Hell no.
Are you prepared for this playoff drought to get to 15 years? Are you prepared to ship the 2 draft picks who you've fallen in love with, the first players I'd argue the entire fan base has fallen in love with in a decade plus? Are you willing to ship them out of here and be a bigger joke than you've already been for 5 more seasons? For 4 more seasons? For 3 more seasons? But everybody points to Philadelphia like Philadelphia was, look, they tanked 1 year and it worked. No, Philadelphia tanked for a number of years. Let's look at the other teams that tried to get those top draft picks. You just named one. Minnesota. They didn't get out of this playoff drought streak until they got Jimmy Butler. They couldn't make it work. Jimmy Butler was gone. They've started a new streak. Let's look at the other teams who have tanked. Let's see. Who else is out there? Anybody? Bueller? Hell, people would say Cleveland. Great. You landed Kyrie. Kyrie didn't win you a championship.
Kyrie didn't get you out of the number 1 pick.
Oh, so you got another number 1 pick, Anthony Bennett. Cool. How'd that work out? They definitely got out of it with that one, right? No, they still stunk. Oh, they got a third number. Oh, but it wasn't the third number 1 pick that got them to the playoffs. It was the greatest basketball player in the history of the game happened to be born in Akron.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Kevin Love out of the deal.
Oh.
How's that working out for you, by the way, Cleveland?
Not a good look. Getting Showtime.
It's not a good look for
Nets.
Kevin Love either.
Getting Showtime down by the Brooklyn Nets. Do what we got to do real quick for 1320, and then I want to address this coaching thing in a second.
I'm glad you're paying attention because I wasn't. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by our friends over at Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We're available on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. So you brought Riley, great comment about if everybody had my mentality, then we wouldn't need coaches. You got your players on there that hold the other players accountable. Like Pat Summitt, great coach. Pat Riley, great coaches. They mold the Kara Lawsons and the Charles Oakleys to be empowered to handle things the way they're supposed to be handled. Like Pat Summitt could be the strictest coaches you want. If there's not a Kara Lawson that's ready to fight somebody, if there's not a Candace Parker that's ready to fight somebody, if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, it don't matter. If there's not a Charles Oakley that's ready to fight somebody, if the other teammates aren't doing what they're not supposed to do, it doesn't matter. So Luke can yell and be accountable all they want. If you don't have somebody, you don't have that dog in here.
But do you think that trait was taught to them?
No.
Like, do you think Tamika Catchings walked into the University of Tennessee with leadership skills? Or Kara Lawson or Candace Parker?
I don't know enough about Chamiqua. But Kara and Candace, they had it in them. And Pat fostered that, the blossom. She put water on it and bloomed. You know what I mean? It gave them a deeper understanding. But you don't just turn into a dog with a coach. It's in you. I believe it's in you. And you get the right coach that can bring that out of you and build your confidence, build your self-confidence to be, if you're not always like, hey.
Can Luke pull the dog out of somebody?
Is there a dog to be pulled out?
Well, how would I don't know.
That's the question I'm asking. That's what I need to know.
Like, I listened to Marvin Bagley earlier. Marvin Bagley's media scrum today, and this is partly Marvin's personality, but remember, what's your line? He's 21 years old. You talk about how young he is. Maybe he hasn't had that dog pulled out of him. His media session sounded like a eulogy. Sounded like a funeral. You watch Marvin out on the floor, you don't think he could be a dog, but he gets in front of the media, or you think that he could be a dog, but he gets in front of the media, and he sounds like the world is coming to an end.
No, I don't think Marvin could be a dog. I don't think he can. Like, I wouldn't look at Marvin and be like, we're going to rely on this guy to lead us. No.
Tyrese?
Yes.
De'Aaron?
I go back and forth.
I was ready to kill you for your answer if you say yeah.
I go back and forth. There's times when I look at him and I say, he's that dog we're looking for. There's times when I say, we need another dog. He can be part of this group because of his talent and because he is good, for what this team needs. Sometimes I'm like, I think we need somebody else that's going to get on people's heads. They don't have that guy right now. I mean, like, if that's the case, then I guess it's a tongue-in-cheek argument, but did Luke pull it out of Mo Harkless? Did he pull it out of Terrence Davis?
But those guys are,
like, that's who they are. That's
maybe
what they do.
I don't know. Terrence not as much, but Mo's a veteran in the league.
Yeah, that's what they do. So, like, I'm not saying like it'd be great if you have 15 dogs. You're not always going to have 15 dogs.
You don't need 15 dogs. You can't have 15 dogs in a locker room. Like that's you can't have a whole bunch of people with the same exact personality.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
Nothing in that sense works.
What, in my opinion, you need at least 1, 2, ideally 3 guys that will keep everybody in check and keep everybody where they're supposed to be. Like, I mean, it's a crazy example, but Luke Walton comes from the Phil Jackson tree. Phil Jackson he was Zen.
He was Luke.
Yeah,
I should say Luke is Phil.
But he had them dogs, and he had the greatest players of all time too. But those greatest players were dogs too. Like what we saw the Last Dance. You gonna not do what you're supposed to do with Michael Jordan on the court?
Mm-hmm.
Not only is he better than you, he will punch you.
Shaq wasn't a dog. Kobe was a dog. Shaq was not.
Kobe was a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq had dog in him too.
Mm.
Shaq slapped the hell out of Kobe. Like he'll like cross Shaq. When Shaq was really about, like, the thing about it is it takes Shaq maybe a little longer to that thing because Kobe was from the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq wasn't on from the jump.
Yeah.
But if you push Shaq to the point where he's on edge, we got a problem.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm not saying talent. I mean, obviously it'd be great talent-wise to get Kobe and Shaq. But I'm just saying, look at all these teams, man. They police themselves, essentially. It's not the coach policing them. They have guys that police themselves.
That's why you got Draymond's, you got Russell Westbrook's, you got guys like that, throughout the league. 916-349-1320. Obviously, there's a ton more. Let's bring our man Sean P in here. Sean P, what's up, baby?
P, what's up, big dog?
Yo, what up, KC? D-Lo, what's up? How y'all fellas doing today?
Hey, man, we great. It's Monday, sun is shining. You know what I'm saying? It's good.
Hey, man, can't complain, can't call it. I just had to call in real quick. I mean, I love the topic that y'all got going on right now. It's very fiery. I love both people are very competitive. I know y'all both want the same thing that everybody in Sacramento wants as a Kings fan, man. Trying to get the team to a higher level of winning consistently.
Yes.
I mean, and it's just one of those situations, I think, and I kind of agree with both of you. I do agree that
it's not allowed, Sean. It's not allowed. Pick a side.
Not allowed. I do agree though that when it comes to the coaching, I definitely feel that my personal opinion, I don't like when franchises necessarily have to have 10 coaches in 10 years. That's not something that you want to look at to look at that and be like, okay, yeah, that's something I want my franchise to do. But you also need culture changes at times when you're looking at consistent losing. But I also agree on the other hand that you do need players to hold not only themselves accountable as a team, but then you also need to be held accountable individually. Because in order for a franchise to win consistently, you need both. You need coaching that can come into play when it comes to players maybe that need a little spark or that need a little push, need a little nudge. Not every player is going to be the same. But then you also need a certain amount of players on that same team to have, in order to have consistent winning, you need some dogs. You need some guys that are honestly going to get in each other's faces when it comes to losing. That's why I do like Harrison Barnes. But look at a team like the Knicks. Knicks is a pretty good example. That roster, looking at it on paper, is not that much better than the Kings roster. The Kings got 3-4 really productive players or players that can be productive on an every night basis. And look at the Knicks team. But what are two stark differences? Coaching, and Tom Thibodeau, to D-Lo's point, providing the culture, defensive-minded, dogs. But then to Casey's point, you have Julius Randle. You have other players on their team, Derrick Rose, that will get on players in the locker room. So I think I get what both of you guys are saying. I love both sides.
Stop riding the fence, Sean, for goodness sakes.
We appreciate you, big dog.
That, to me, that Knicks squad is pretty comparable to what I think the Kings can be. I think
Okay.
it can be that,
Yeah.
but you do need both. You need both.
Sean P sound like he
really
about
think
to
that.
start rapping. He got that grimy sound. Sean P.
Bars are coming. Bars are coming from Sean P. You
Oh,
already
make
know
us
that.
Sean P. Make us a show intro.
Yeah, man. Bars are coming for sure, man. But look, so everybody brings up the Knicks scenario when they're like, coaching doesn't matter. And Tom Thibodeau's doing a great job with Knicks. And the Knicks, I agree with Sean and I agree with other people. They don't have that much more talent than the Sacramento Kings. Tom Thibodeau's done a great job.
I think what drives me nuts about that situation, and when Sean P says to D'Lo's point, this is what he was referring to. He was referring to the tweet that I put out. It quote tweeted something Jason Anderson was talking about when he noted the next big turnaround when they clinched the 4th spot. I think it was a plus 21. Like you look at the 2 teams you look at the 3 teams with the longest playoff droughts in the NBA. The Suns, obviously, their playoff drought is over. They're plus 17 from last year. The Knicks, their playoff drought is over. They're plus 21 from last year. Then you've got the Kings. They're even from last year. Plus 0. Plus minus 0. Like same record as last year.
And both of those teams did it, not to ride the fence with that, but did it each way that we talked about.
Right.
One did it with a new coach. One did it with talent and veteran leadership coming in.
But the point that I was making was and it gets to my continuous frustration of listening to Luke Walton on a day in, day out basis, talking about we're trying to find our identity. We're trying to establish who we are. And it's like, Tom Thibodeau took over the team in a pandemic, right? Like he's under the same circumstances you are. And he's been able to find that identity with this group. We all know what Tom Thibodeau's identity is. He has been able to make that team reflect him. That team reflects who he is and what he wants out of his players.
The only thing
he didn't have multiple years to construct that roster to fit Tom Thibodeau. He walked in there with that roster and made them do what he wanted.
The only thing I'll say about that, Damian, when people bring that up, it's almost like Tank. Has it happened before? Yes. Is that what normally happens? No, it's not. Right?
Shut up, Kenny. I don't know. I got to analyze all the NBA history for this. Let me look into it. Let me step out. We'll come back. I promise. I know I keep saying this. You'll hear from Tyrese, Richaun, everybody who spoke today. You'll hear from them. We'll get to the Hall of Fame. The Jalen Rose and Chris Webber moment. I got to be honest. I think I saw that differently than other people did.
I think I saw it the same way you did.
Okay. We'll talk about that when we come back. Here is D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Kenny Caraway here, and I know y'all be trying to get on my head about this Luke Walton thing. Like Bernie Mac once said, I ain't afraid of y'all, all right? And while I'm sitting back not being afraid of y'all, you guys know I'm going to have me a little gin and tonic, a little gin and juice, but the gin that I'm always using is McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. I love it, man. You know, for me, it's a smooth delivery and a distinct citrus flavor that cools and refreshes me every single time, man. And McQueen and the Violet Fog, it's a bottle where you can literally taste the quality in every single bottle of the gin that's being produced. The Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So what that tells me, and it should tell you, is they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. If you want to try it, if you want to stop taking our word for it, if you want to go out there and try it, you can order online at drizzly.com, or you can grab a bottle next time you're out in the stores. And if the store does not have it, luckily for you, you know people in high places. You can talk to me. You can talk to Damien. We'll talk to Ben. We'll get the re-up, and we will get you your bottle if you want to try it, man. And once you get it, show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and Case and at McQueen Violet Fog. It is time for all of us out here to put the entire valley on to the best gin in the world today. After 5 years, it's a new time for McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Be responsible.
Oh yeah, I talked to you last night. I was about to say, did you see Shawn Michaels? I ain't seen it yet. The biography.
Yeah. I still have probably about 20 minutes to go, but it
doesn't seem like you're enthused by it.
didn't move. I mean, it's the same. It's whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you again, I listen to a lot of podcasts. I've read, it's just it doesn't move me.
Let me ask you this, Damian. And I say this, I call you a wrestling historian. When was the last time you saw something you didn't know, like that you learned from wrestling?
Oh man,
I'd like to think it's probably been a while. I mean, you're doing relive episodes, so you know a lot about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like off the top of my head, I don't know one. I can't. I mean, I can't think of like oh wow, I didn't know that. Like I didn't know Booker T had robbed so many Wendy's. I knew he had robbed I didn't realize he had robbed them like, what is they like 20 some odd times.
Yeah.
Like, didn't know that. But in terms of like a grant, I don't know. I don't think so. I can't think of one.
Had you seen that? What's my man's name? New Jack? Had you seen that promo before?
I have seen that. Yeah, I had seen that before.
I had seen that like one time before, and that was crazy.
I felt bad because, like, that one. I have no connection to that dude whatsoever. Like, I wasn't amused, but like, I wasn't amused by his act, and I was never. I'm like one of those rare, like, 90s wrestling fans who thinks ECW is just grossly overrated.
I couldn't agree more.
It's like
I never got into ECW.
It's like it's like the really passionate fans love it, but overall, it's like I think Eric Bischoff Eric Bischoff is very like like he's a prick. Like but he embraces that. He knows what he is. But I think one of the realest thing he's ever said about ECW was it was like the pimple on the ass of professional wrestling. Like that's essentially what it is. Like they're the people who love it. And like in California, it wasn't on here.
No. Yeah, I'm not an ECW guy at all.
Appreciate you being here. If you want to jump in on the phone lines, as many of you have, 916-349-1320. As a matter of fact, KC, let's dive right back into that right now because we got our man Frank waiting for us. Again, 916-349-1320. Frankie, baby, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Yeah, all right, man. How you doing, Frank?
Good. I want to talk a little bit about this coaching thing. One observation that Kenny made, I think, is absolutely right. I think coaches are different at different levels. I think a coach is really important in park leagues for 11-year-olds or high school and college. But when you're talking about pros, it's not a coincidence the players make more money than the coach does. So you would assume a guy who gets into the pros has got extra stuff. They've already are motivated. They've built up their character to be on the ball, to be in the court. They don't need somebody that like a 16-year-old does to jack them up and get them ready to play. And number two thing I wanted to say is if we fire Luke and get a new coach, then we go back to square one. And except for maybe Tibbs, no new coach gets to the playoffs in the first year, I don't think. So we're back for another year of sort of circling the wagons. And the third thing I wanted to say, let's assume for argument's sake, we moved Luke over to the coach of Brooklyn, and we took Nash and made him the coach of Sacramento. Which of those teams would be in a different situation, do you think?
Well, they would both be in different situations. But I'm not sure what you're.
I get what he's saying. I think Brooklyn would be about the same, and so would the Kings.
They'd be the same.
Yeah,
and the Kings would be better.
They'd be about the same. Is that what you're saying, Frank?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, all right, Frank. I got you. We appreciate you. I'm trying to decide how I feel about that. Well, part of it is because you and I both kind of looked cross-eyed at the Steve Nash hire. So like and that's taking away from Frank's point. So I don't want to do that. Like
right.
I get Frank's point.
His point is generally what mine is. Like you need the horses, you need the players, and if you get the players, and the wins will come. And it's not, once again, Leland and D'Lo like to say that I say coaching doesn't matter. It's not that coaching doesn't matter. It's that the players matter a little bit more.
I want to point one other thing out too from Frank's call right there. He was talking about coaches, players making more money than coaches, and you shouldn't mistake importance for value to the league.
Mm-hmm.
No one's like, man, let me go get that new Greg Popovich sport coat.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go grab that Luke Walton polo that he had on. They're talking about let me go get that Buddy Hield jersey.
Right.
I'd love De'Aaron Fox. Let me get that De'Aaron Fox jersey. Like that's an importance to the league. And that's just again, I understand all of Frank's points there. I'm dissecting and nitpicking a little bit, but
no, you're 100% right on that. And I
damn
like
right.
you said, I get what his point. And his point that Frank had an all-star call, mainly because he agreed with me. But his point about coaching being different at different levels. High school and college, I'm not even going to use that term, but high school and college is like really demanding and imposing and enforcing your will on your group of players and what you want them to do and teaching them. NBA, to me, all pro sports is more about being a leader of men and women in the WNBA. But you have to get these people who have just as much, if not more, of an understanding of the game, that know the game, that have the talent to say, okay, I'm going to buy into what you're saying. Mainly because you're saying it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because regardless of what anybody feels about Luke or any other coach in the NBA that's been fired, they know the game of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They know basketball.
Well, it's just, yeah, of course, the 12th man on the roster, the 15th man on the roster, they could play ball at an extraordinary high level.
But even then, they understand the game.
Mm-hmm.
They understand that they're not dummies when it comes to the game, but being able to convey a message, being able to convey what you want in a way that these guys will, what people have been saying, buy in and execute.
Respond to, yeah.
Yeah, to me, that's what the pro game is about.
I feel like we should stick with Harrison Barnes' remarks here for a few minutes. Here's Harrison Barnes earlier today at the year-end media conference, just kind of talking about the year.
Yeah, I mean, there's never a wasted year. It's always unfortunate when you can't make the playoffs and things like that. But every year, you have to approach it with the same mindset. And I think, for us in this franchise, it's about doing the things now. Everything you're doing is preparing to win now. Yes, you have younger guys. Yes, you have development processes that have to happen, but really holding ourselves accountable and kind of having that discipline of, it's not going to work 2 years down the line. It's going to happen now. This is our processes. These are the consequences if we don't meet them, and this is how we're going to act.
Here's more, a little bit more KC from Harrison Barnes today.
Yeah, I mean, there's difficulty, and just feeling like we weren't achieving our potential. I've definitely been in situations, been in games where, it was simply like, look, we're playing hard. We just don't have the talent to beat the other team. We don't have the discipline. And for us this year, there were times where we did it, where we had the pieces coming together. We put together the stops. We put together the 2 or 3 games in a row. And it's like, look, we can do this with this group before the deadline and after the deadline. And that was the most frustrating thing about it, was that we could do it, we just couldn't do it consistently. So, for us, as players, talking about maturity, talking about defensively being consistent, talking about how do we go and approach this next season with the mentality that there can't be any more my bads, for however long during the game or during stretches of the season. How can we take that next step?
So there was the clip you were referring to from that James Ham tweeted about earlier from Harrison Barnes as well.
Yeah, man. And like I said, Harrison's a player. He's an NBA. He reached a higher level than I have, but it's still like a player mentality. And you see everything that he talks about it's the accountability. It's the self-accountability. That doesn't mean that the coach is doing perfect. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean the coach is good or anything like that. But I just really feel like you have to exhaust the possibilities of the self accountability, and that's something that this team lacked for a lot of the season.
You know what's interesting? I think there's a good call here from our man Leezy, who says, "I'm sure this isn't the first time Barnes said that," and I tend to agree with Leezy over here on the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and agreeing with Leezy. That's a scary place to be. But I think he's right. Like, I don't imagine that Harrison said, "Hey, for the first time, perhaps you know, as you know, maybe after that winning streak, when they're playing good ball, maybe they come out, they lose their first game, and they get to him like, hey, remember the last time we did this? You know, we wound up losing 9 in a row. Okay, we just lost 1. Let's make sure we bounce back. Let's make sure we get things going again." And they couldn't. So what concerns me is if the assessment that, you know, Harrison, that's not the first time he said that this year, and it didn't seem to ring true. Like, I'm fully expecting, just as a joke, the Kings are going to open next year losing 6 in a row. That way, they could have had a stretch of really good ball. They lose their final 3 games of the season, I think it is, and then they open up with 6 straight losses. Therefore, we have another 9-game losing streak to accumulate after they play really good ball there for a stretch.
Yeah. And look, so I agree. That's not the first time Harrison said that. People like to think, yeah, Luke Walton's not teaching defense. I'm pretty sure, guys, that Luke Walton has emphasized defense and playing defense. So
emphasized or taught? Emphasized or prioritized?
What is there to be taught?
Clearly a lot.
Clearly there shouldn't be. He asked you to stay in front of your man for 2 dribbles.
So why can't they?
So this goes to my point. If Luke is trying to teach them something, if Harrison is trying to remind them of something, now you're looking at the personnel. You're like, you got 2 different people, not to mention Rex Kalamian doing his job. So now you've got a group of people trying to tell you, hey, this is what you need to be doing, and it's not getting done. What Jay-Z say? Maybe if everybody else is crazy, maybe I'm the one that's insane. That's the way those players need to be looking. If they're all telling me something and they're wrong, but I'm not getting it done, maybe I'm the problem as that player or a group of players. So that stood out to me. And the other thing that Harrison said earlier on the quote that you played earlier was talking about understanding that team success is almost more important than your individual success in this league. And once you realize that winning is going to get you the accolades and get you the respect of your peers and everything else that you think individuals' stats are going to get you, that's when you'll turn the corner. That stood out. That stood out to me the most. And I'm not here to be a chatty patty or start anything or anything like that. But that was talking to somebody or talking to a group of people and saying, look, all this individual stuff that you're trying to do, that's cool. But if you want true respect and you want true success in this league, it only comes with winning. And you got to get on the same page to do winning things and make winning plays night in and night out. That hit me. That hit different with me. But
yeah, I mean, there's work to do. You know, building a culture doesn't happen overnight. And, you know, to say that guys have been in higher pressure situations, winning situations, you know, really developing, you know, in the years, it's tough when you don't make the playoffs. Guys can only get so far without actually experiencing, you know, a 500 season, without actually experiencing that playoff atmosphere, without experiencing that moment where your team is in that situation, you fall short, but then collectively you're all like, okay, we want to take that next level. We want to get out of the first round or out of the second round or whatever that may be. So, you know, for us, you know, we really just have to be tied in and committed to that. You know, everything that a player wants to accomplish in this league is tied to winning. You want to accomplish stats. You want to be, you know, respected among your peers. You want to be regarded as, you know, a top player, you know, at your position, just in the league in general. All of those things are tied with winning. And I think as a group, collectively, I think when that is the most important focus, and, you know, when we want to get to that point, it'll happen. And we have the talent to do it. It's just a matter of, do we have the maturity, the focus, and the mentality?
Clip Casey was referring to earlier from Harrison Barnes.
I agree with him. I don't think talent. I don't think talent is an issue with this team. The way it's constructed right now, as far as what we're talking about, like, we're not talking about championship. As far as being able to make a play-in tournament, talent is not the issue.
So what's the issue then? Because this team was 31 and 41.
Maturity.
So who does that fall on?
Well, what do I always say? Luke Walton, your name's on the test. You're responsible for all this. So, like I've said numerous times, and people just don't seem to listen to this when I say, if Luke Walton needs to go, if he needs to be fired, it needs to be fired, because his name's on the test. But if those guys don't change their mentality and don't become more mature, you bring in Red Auerbach, reincarnated. It's not going to matter.
I think there was a certain level of, like, I don't know that empowerment is the right word, that because this is, you know, this is a players' league, and we know that. But for a team that had accomplished nothing for so long, the fact that they dictated whether a coach would stay or go, I think there was a certain level of, okay, this is our collective squad. Because we had heard, and I don't know how, we had heard about Buddy and Dave, we had heard about Mark, we had heard about all these different things, and it's like, y'all are controlling. You and Jason Jones talk about this all the time,
right?
In to quote my partner, who the hell are you to dictate, you know, what winds up getting done here? And so I think there's a certain level of, okay, Luke is here, but this is our team. We're the ones, you know, tasked with being the ones to turn around, you know, this playoff drought. We're the ones tasked with loading people up into that Golden One Center next year when they're finally allowed back in the building. We're the ones tasked with all that. This is our squad, and he's the guy in the suit or the polo shirt, depending on the year. And that's his job. And our job is to go out there and bring fans into the building. And that's what we do.
Right.
Which is a load of crap, because at some point this fan base is going to turn against you if you can't start winning some games.
Absolutely. That needs to happen next year, matter of fact. But RP comes in here and he says, and he's been on here, he's like, like RP's whole thing, like a lot of other people's, everything is Luke's fault. And he goes, how can you become more mature, Casey? Real talk. They need a mentor they respect and looked up to then. And he says, I don't think they look up to Luke and see him as they see him as a friend.
I agree with the second. I agree with that second part of the text. I said this when they hired Luke Walton. I feel like Vlade hired a buddy.
Oh,
he hired a homie.
Okay, and that's fine. When you talk about mentor and respect, Damian, you know this. Do they only talk to the head coach? Do they do play? You know, there are certain players that might not ever talk to the head coach, but they're close with that assistant coach. And if the assistant coach says, I need you to do this, this is what's going to help, they'll listen. So once again, it's like, oh, it's on Luke. They need a mentor. How do they become more mature? KC, Luke, that's not somebody. It's not all about Luke. I'm sure there's people that confide in Bobby Jackson and they listen to every single word Bobby Jackson says, or Rico Hines, or Lindsey Harding, Alvin Gentry. They listen to, and guys, respect around here. They'll tell them, yo, I'm just using Buddy here. I'm not over. Oh, but we need you to step up on the defense. We need you to communicate. All right, coach, I got you. All right, but coach, man, you know what it is. Every time I try to do that, no, buddy, listen. I understand what you're saying, but you understand. To get here, we need you to. All right, coach. All right, I got you. And they'll do it. I don't care where the message comes from. Like, I don't care. People so fixate on the fact that Luke has to be the one to get the message. No, I don't care where it comes from. It needs to be the right one, and they need to take it in and execute it. And right now, they're not collectively, they weren't doing that this year. That's got to change. I don't know if it's on the individual. I don't know if it's on the coaches. Probably a little bit of both. I lean more towards the individual. That's just my nature. I'll tell you that right now, because self-accountability is huge with me.
Well, you heard what Harrison Barnes said at his postseason or season ending, I guess, media availability today. A lot was talked about today as it pertains to relationships with the coaching staff and with Luke Walton as well, including from Tyrese Haliburton.
Yeah, me and Coach's relationship has really grown throughout the year. Just learning more about him. My favorite part about the year was, kind of as we got towards the end of the year. Obviously, I already watched film by myself and watched film with, Rico, and I'm obviously diving into film. But towards the end of the year, like, I would just go into his office before the game. Me and him would watch film for 30 to 45 minutes, and I'd just be in there. We'd just be in there talking and growing or just teaching points and things like that. So we've just grown. Our relationship has really grown throughout the year. My favorite part about Luke is obviously he played in the NBA. He's an NBA champion. So just learning from him, hearing stories from him about, being in the NBA, hearing him tell stories about, the great Laker teams and things like that. Like that stuff, I really enjoy, just because it's like I'm learning, you know what I'm saying? So, I love stuff like that. So we're just going there because he's very much so a player's coach. I played for, I feel like a player's coach in college as well. And I have never had a coach that I can't go to and talk to and say whatever I want within reason. But say how I feel. So it's been really nice to play for him and also grow in our relationship, because I feel like that's just gonna help us have more success, as time goes on. Me and Luke, we get along really well. I love him. Love playing for him. So he's definitely high up in that regard, and I speak very, very highly of him to everybody. So we get along really well, and I'm looking forward to playing for him for years, as we move on.
I don't know what causes Tyrese's voice to change like that, but it happens.
Who came in and talked?
It happens very regularly on Zoom. It's the weirdest thing. Like, he starts with this.
Yeah,
it's a totally different sound.
Relationship is really,
and then it just completely switches. It's the same person.
My favorite part about the year was, kind of as we got towards the end of the year. Obviously, I already watched film by myself.
That's crazy. That is so crazy.
Yo, that's bizarre.
I swear to you, that's not two different people. That's Tyrese Haliburton. But you know how Zoom is. I don't know what was going on, because I had it streaming through and it was recording into the system so we could use it today. So I didn't have the normal like Zoom screen where you can see everybody. I don't know what our man Antonio Harvey was doing. But whatever he was doing, it was completely like throwing off Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes, like, Marshall asked him a great question. I don't remember what specifically it was about, but I remember Marshall led us off with a great question, and Harrison's in the midst of an answer, and he kind of looks to the corner and he like pauses and he's like, "I'm sorry, Tony's up there just going ham." And I don't know what he was doing. Tony's like, he's just up there going ham right now and I can't focus. And he tries to get back to his answer and he just goes, "Yeah, sorry, I don't remember where I was." And that was the end of it. So I don't know what our man Antonio was doing.
Might have to get Antonio on the show.
I don't know what Tony was doing, but he was
going
wilding out enough to throw Harrison Barnes completely off of his answers, man. I wonder if this is it. Like, Zoom has become like such commonplace, and video conferencing and all that stuff has just become such commonplace. It's taken away like the intimacy of guys like Marshall and Jason Jones and Jason Anderson and James Ham doing their their job the way that they do. I hope we're at that end. Yeah. I hope we're at the arena for opening night, being able to interact with guys at the Golden One Center this fall.
Unless unfortunately something drastic happens that we all really hope doesn't happen, I think we'll get there next year. I think we'll get as like 80% back to normal. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Here's another clip from I want to hit you with one more clip, KC, of Tyrese Haliburton today. We'll count how many voice changes he goes through in this particular one. But he's talking about relationships. He was just talking about his relationship with Luke Walton. He's talking about more as the overall team and the coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm growing with guys every day. Continue to have conversations and learn more about them. That's just important to me as a human being. Even before I'm a basketball player, is just knowing the people that I'm around. I think that's important. So just trying to learn more and more about people. Obviously, like you said, like with the core group. So like with guys like Fox and HB and Richaun and Marvin and guys like that. Just learning more about them every day. And just keep having conversations. That's just kind of a part of growing together. But my favorite part has been learning more about, the training staff and our equipment managers and locker room attendants and stuff like that. That's my favorite stuff because I'm not around those guys all the time. But just growing every day, learning more about everybody. That's obviously very important, and that's just going to keep happening throughout the summer and as time goes on. That's just a part of it. And obviously, this year was a little different with COVID, not being able to be around guys all the time, like kind of having limitations to what we can do, where we can go. So going into next year, where hopefully the world is in more of quote unquote normal, we're able to have some more normalcy and be able to spend more time with each other outside of the facility.
So that was Tyrese Haliburton there. Only one voice change in that particular clip. Let's see if we can get Joe here. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. 916-349-1320. Joe, thanks for your patience. What's on your mind?
I just think the Kings' problem is there's no alpha dog on that team. And those players are holding each other accountable. You can't play Luke Walton for a 12-0 run to get yourself out of the play-in. You got to look at yourself and check yourself and check your teammates. Until they have an alpha dog, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I hear you, Joe. I mean, you're preaching to the choir, at least with me. I think that's something they need. Young Cole. I know we talk about this probably entirely too much in this city. I get it. What he says, the biggest mistake was the Shump trade. Every other mistake we made was pretty much debatable at the time. Since we didn't know everything, but we had Shump, we knew what he did, and we traded our MVP that season. Him being our MVP or whatever,
The locker room MVP. I think he means like a locker room MVP. I got it. Yeah.
And I'm guilty of speaking of that entirely too much, but that's what you're missing.
Yeah.
In my opinion, one of the things, it doesn't solve everything, but that's one of the things that you're missing. One of the elements is somebody like Iman Shumpert.
So much more to discuss, including some good stuff. Rick Adelman, Chris Webber, Yolanda Griffith, Sacramento Staples, getting their just due. And then the Jalen Rose, Chris Webber thing that was on NBA Countdown. Let's discuss that. We'll stay with the Kings as well. If you want to get in on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. Plenty more ahead here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm going to take an early one. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I mean, sure, whatever. But at the time, I had a lot of young guys, man. And those young guys need to turn into those type of dogs. But at the time, even last year, I mean, you saw last year, everything kind of changed when they brought some veterans in there. When they brought Bazemore in there, when they brought Lynn in there. I mean, that changed the season. This year, they brought more veterans in there. Changed the season for lack of a better word. So Luke is good at player relationships. He's good at player relationships. I'd like to see the laundry list that you got. Like, to be honest with you, I don't think there's a whole lot that people can say Luke is bad at. You can say he's bad at defense. I think the team is bad at defense. Like, I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that if Tom Thibodeau came in with this group or with the group that started the season, they'd all of a sudden be this defensive juggernaut. So, You can say defense, but give me everything else, man. Give me what else Luke is bad at. And don't just say he's bad. Like, what is he bad at? Is he bad at out of timeouts? Is he bad at his offensive strategy? They were a top 10 offensive team in this league this year. Is he bad at rotations? Is he bad at substitutions? Give me in-game adjustments. What does that mean, Johnny? What does it mean? The in-game adjustments. What is he bad? How is he bad at rotations? What is he doing? What is he not doing that should be done when you talk about being bad at rotations? I feel like you guys are just throwing a bunch of cliches that you've heard people talk about, and you're using that as saying they're bad instead of actually understanding what those things mean. Not sending Buddy to the bench. Okay, who was he going to send him to the bench for? Tyrese, I guess, earlier in this season. Worst defense in NBA history. Okay, is he bad at defense or is the team bad at defense? Like, what does that even mean? Does he not teach defense well? Explain yourself. Yeah, he is. That's a sad reality of what we got going on. Too much ISO ball. I mean, I don't know about all that. Like I said, they had a top 10 offense in the league this year. So you guys are quick to point out their terrible defense. They had a top 10 offense in the year. So I'm not really hearing like what they do offensively being a bad thing. Damien, I asked them specifically because I feel like they throw out a bunch of cliches. What is Luke Walton bad at? They're like, in-game adjustments. What is that? Do you know what you're talking about? What do you mean in-game adjustments?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I had said once too, and you this is one of your frustrations with Kyle Shanahan. This was something someone told me regarding Luke is Luke's going to have a game plan at tip. It's probably going to be his game plan in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like whether it's working or like there aren't a lot of adjustments throughout the game, and I can't speak to if that's what people are talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like you'll see the same. You'll see everything the same. You don't see a lot of changes. Like if everything goes right, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Let's stay with this question here, KC, that you threw out to the chat house during the commercial break. If you want to be a part of the conversation, we don't take any commercial breaks over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. I got up and walked away from the camera for a minute. You were having a conversation with everybody. What was the question that you posed?
So I forgot who it was in here, but they were, Bobby Hill. He asked me, he said, you never answered the question earlier about what is Luke good at. And I said he's good at player relationships and somebody said communications. I don't know if I can necessarily say that because his guys don't seem to be executing some of the things he wants to do. So I think maybe by default, some of that has to be, are you communicating it the right way? So I won't go as far to say communication, but player relationships is one of his strengths. And I said, well, you guys are always talking about what he's bad at. Name them. Tell me what's bad. And then you guys, people were saying, the defense, worst defense in the NBA. Okay, well, does that mean he's bad at coaching defense, or is he just not with a roster that has a lot of good defenders? So you got to answer that question. And then somebody else said in-game adjustments. And I know you have brought up a scenario, some of the things that you've heard people talk about, Luke, and these people might know more than me, but I always remember like Greg Cosell, when he talks about football, he's always very cognizant of saying, I can only go by what I see. So what I mean by that is if it looks like he's not making any adjustments, that's only what it looks like. We're not in the huddle. We're not in the locker room. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. Like, people are always talking, he doesn't hold the players accountable. That's what you think. You're not in there to say definitively, No, he just is very nice to everybody.
No.
And I think that's something that at least I always remember when I talk about stuff like that I'm not there for. I don't know what the plan is or what the adjustment was, and it wasn't executed or whatever. So
yeah, that's not a line that I'm qualified to come up with on my own.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a coach. A lot of the times I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. That was a line that was relayed to me by someone who's paid to do that for a living.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Sacramento was part of that person's scout. So I asked, what do you see when you watch Sacramento? What do you see when you watch Luke Walton? And it's like what you see in the first quarter is generally going to be what you see in the fourth quarter. There's not a lot of changes, adjustments, movements, everything like that. And it appears to be whether things are going good or bad. He believes that things are ultimately going to work themselves out if they keep running this play, or perhaps keep running this game plan. And perhaps to what you have said on a number of times this year, maybe they're not. That maybe he's trying to run a game plan, but they're not running the game plan right, and he's just trying to get them to run the game plan right. But again, that being able to observe something like that is way above my talent level. But it was a piece of information that was passed on to me that I thought I would pass along. What I see in my frustration with Luke Walton is I just don't understand. And again, all of this stuff is above my comprehension level, because I sit here and talk sports with you for a living. I'm not a coach, and I don't understand why you constantly move Tyrese Haliburton to the bench. I don't understand why you leave Buddy Hield in the starting lineup. I don't understand why, if you're hell-bent on making a change to the starting lineup, it's Tyrese who gets the short end of the stick. I don't understand why you felt like without Bogey this year, you couldn't move Buddy to the bench where he seemed to thrive last year. Whether he liked it or not, he seemed to play very good in that role. So those types of things that I just don't understand when he goes, out in front of the media and he makes the change after the, I think Marvin got hurt. Tyrese got put into the starting lineup, and it was, we're going to ride this out for, this is going to be our lineup for the foreseeable future. And, we'll see how it works. And, we'll make adjustments, down the line if we have to, but this is our plan to stick with this. He didn't stick with it very long. It's like, okay, this isn't working. Let's put Tyrese back out of this, back to the bench. We'll put Mo Harkless in there. We'll move Harrison Barnes into a different position. Now, understandably, Harrison Barnes wasn't playing well. They're primarily at the 4 with that small ball lineup being what they ran with at the beginning, at the end of games. But I didn't understand why it was Tyrese who constantly got the short end of the stick in this. And maybe Tyrese doesn't feel that way. Again, this is just me watching as an observer. It was something that I didn't understand. And as a fan, it would drive me crazy, because I look at it and I go, Tyrese is one of the team's best players.
Right.
And you got this other player who's driving you mad, and you're talking about the frustrations on defense. We've got to do this better defensively. We got to blah, 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 blah. But you just move one of your team's best defensive players back to the bench. Wouldn't you want one of your team's best defensive players out there with the other team's best offensive players?
Absolutely.
And so those are the types of things, and they just seem to accumulate over the years. And I told you, like, I'm not above saying this. Like, to me, he still has the stench of Vlade on him. And it's not that, Luke was chosen out of a, vast array of coaching candidates. It's that Vlade was arrogant enough to hire Luke Walton without interviewing another person. He was arrogant enough to essentially give Luke Walton the job while he was the coach in Los Angeles, and why Dave Yeager was the coach here. Part of that I've never let go with, and I understand that that's a flaw in me, and that has nothing to do with Luke Walton or the Sacramento Kings. That's just a flaw in me, because I look at that and go, you really just didn't interview anybody. Like, he's that good to you. Right. 231 win seasons later in 72 game seasons, 231 win seasons later, he was that good to you that you didn't have to hire, that you didn't have to interview anybody else. So
that was crazy.
Again, that's a flaw in me and has nothing to do with Luke Walton, but it absolutely lingers over my opinion of Luke Walton.
And the things that you talk about,
your internet hates you today, by the way, just for those listening on the radio, like your internet is the Kings defense during a 9-game losing streak.
It's it was sinkhole. What do you say?
Yes, the sinkhole opens up. A sinkhole opens up and swallows all 5 Kings defenders. A sinkhole is opened up and swallows Kenny's internet in Elk Grove.
Tragic.
which we attempted to get fixed months ago, but he's been busy. Old Sack taking pictures with Luke Belair Blue, but that's fine. Busy, hanging out at his, partner's house talking about nothing for an hour. But no, it's good. It's good. No problem.
we haven't forgot, man. Well, Manny said that Elk Grove is just a train wreck in general.
Yeah.
So I did my homework. I had Manny. I ran the test, and Manny was like, "Ugh, we're working on some stuff over there in Laguna West." And
hey, Manny, can we work faster?
He said it's ugly right now.
But
so I get everything that you're saying. I don't know why Tyrese wasn't starting ahead of Buddy. I don't know. I will say this: Tyrese played like 30 minutes a night. It felt like.
No, he did. No, he absolutely played the minutes. That's not like he was. I've never subscribed to the theory. It doesn't matter who starts, it matters who finishes, who's getting the big minutes. I've never subscribed to that. Starting does matter in this league. It matters to the players, no matter how many times Tyrese says it doesn't, or no matter how many times there are very few players who I think genuinely, and maybe Tyrese is one of them, but I think there are very few players who are good enough to be in a starting role who just go, no, it's fine. Yeah, I don't mind coming off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I asked the question generally because I want to know, and like I want more. Like what you gave me, and you have a platform. You're not in 240 characters or in the chat. Like you can thoroughly explain the things that you're saying. I want more than just substitutions. Like what does that even mean? You know what I mean? Like rotations. It feels to me a lot of times people just regurgitate things that they've heard other people say, and they're not actually looking. And I want, and there's no problem with that because I've done that in life. I continue to do that, but I'm here for a real conversation. I'm not here to say that anybody that thinks that Luke Walton needs to be fired or isn't good at his job is stupid and without basis. I get it. I understand it. I'm not even saying that Luke Walton is good at his job. I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't have an accurate assessment for what I look for in a coach just yet. And there are things that he does well that I think could be beneficial for this team. That's all I ever said. And if that's not enough for Monty McNair and he feels like he needs to move on, hey, Luke, you're handsomely paid. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. I ain't tripping for him. Once again, Damien, I won't cry for him in Argentina. Okay? He'll be just fine.
Is there a particular reason you're hung up on that reference today?
I've said that my whole life. Well, not my whole life. Ever since that little movie came out.
Okay. All right.
Who was Madonna was in that, right?
Yeah, you're dropping Madonna. I just wasn't prepared. Sometimes you just got to shoot me a note. Says, fam, I'm going to drop some Madonna references today. You ain't going to be.
That might be the only Madonna reference I know.
Oh, Madonna can go. Like, don't do that.
I'm not saying in no type of way.
You kind of did. You kind of did.
That's the only one I know.
You had a tone.
That's the only one I know. That in Vogue. That's it. And
really?
She dated Tupac.
I think she dated Rodman?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, here we go. Off the rails. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. That's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope that you tune in. We hope that you'll subscribe. We hope that you hit the thumbs up. And most of all, we hope that you're enjoying the show today. No matter where you are, you can listen to us on the Odyssey app. You can just throw us in your earpods, earphones, whatever it may be. Put us on speaker. It don't matter. But you can listen to us on the Odyssey app wherever you are. Make sure you search ESPN 1320. Hit the heart button and save us as your favorite radio station. You'll hear more from Tyrese Haliburton. Actually, you'll hear from Richaun Holmes coming up here in a little bit, and you'll hear from Marvin Bagley as well. In addition to Harrison Barnes, those were the four players that spoke to close out the media sessions today. No De'Aaron Fox today. I'm not sure when or if we'll hear from De'Aaron Fox or Buddy Hield, but if we do, we'll certainly be in on those press conferences, and we'll bring them to you. We did get some good Kings news, believe it or not, over the weekend, but this has to do with much more of a historical content as Chris Webber, Rick Adelman, and Yolanda Griffith, all part of the 2021 class of the Basketball Hall of Fame.
One
That
for
one
each
was
of
for
them,
Chris.
Damien.
Give us one for Rick. And one for Yo-Yo.
Yo. Let's go. Let's go. That's what's up. I saw that late Saturday night, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Chris got in. It was like, let's go. Let's go. And then I didn't even know until the next day Rick Adelman and Yolanda Griffith were in there. So somebody joked on the Twitter saying, D'Lo and KC live from Springfield, Massachusetts.
You don't want that.
Wait a minute.
You don't want to go to Springfield, Massachusetts.
I'm not going to say anywhere. I'm not going to say that. But if somebody is paying me to go somewhere, I'll go to a lot of places. Springfield is one of them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's all right. I haven't been to the Football Hall of Fame. I haven't been to the Basketball Hall of Fame is the only major Hall of Fame that I've been to. And
Baseball,
it was just
I might better go again.
It was just kind of like, okay. I mean, it's cool,
I heard
but
it's impressive. I heard it's impressive.
I don't know what to compare it to. Again, I haven't been to Cooperstown. I haven't been to any of those places, but I went to this one and I've been to it a couple of times and it was just like, okay. I don't know what to do now. Like, hey, there's this wall with Pat Summitt stuff on it. There's this wall with Michael. I don't know what to do with this, but like, it's cool, I guess, to see some of that stuff. It's underwhelming.
I know
It's
why these things are here and they're never going to leave. They're never going to leave. I mean, Cooperstown, Springfield, Massachusetts, Canton, Ohio. First of all, even when I fly into somewhere, it's probably a couple of hours to get off. I know, well, maybe not the basketball, but baseball, if I fly into New York City, I got to drive another 3-4 hours. Already, I may never go again. I'm not driving another 3-4 hours. Springfield, Mass. How close is that to? I don't know. What's the closest?
Oh, geez, you're probably flying into Hartford. You're probably flying into to Bradley Airport in Connecticut, which is not in Hartford, but it's the Hartford Airport. Like it's you're probably flying in there. And then making your way over to Springfield, Mass.
How long is that drive? I don't like being in cars for a long time.
It's not terrible. I don't think it's 3 hours. It's probably a couple hours, if I remember right. Maybe not even that. Like it's towards. The thing I remember the most for some reason, like Rebecca Lobo lived near there. Like she lived kind of like out in a certain part of Connecticut. Like she was kind of out there, but it wasn't terribly far from Springfield, Massachusetts. So yeah, it's less than a couple hours, I think. From the airport to Springfield, Mass.
I'd go though. Next year, I'd go. Well,
yeah, go see it once, man. I like it.
What, September? I think they do the basketball.
Might be the last time Sacramento has representation at the Hall of Fame for a very, very long time.
Yeah, for a very long time. Okay, you said that.
Yeah, I think
Aaron Fox might get in there.
Okay, let's calm down because it's like year 4. And I love the projection. Like that's fine. Let's go ahead and put Tyrese in there too. But like, I mean, Chris, like Chris is like he built Sacramento. I mean, Rick Adelman, like he did it in Portland. He went to the finals, with Portland a couple of times. Sacramento, I'm sure, was a great stop for him, but it wasn't even his most successful stop. He was successful after he left here. Chris was like, it was ingrained. Like the only playoff basketball this team knows, Chris Webber was a part of. Rick Adelman was a part of as well. I'm just like Chris, God bless him. Obviously he was good in Golden State. That ended the way that he did. It did. He was good in Washington. That ended the way that it did, and reversed the order. And he wasn't. I mean, I guess he was good for like a year in Detroit, but it kind of
not even really, and that's why
and fell apart after Sac.
It was super nitpicky, and it's almost embarrassing that I do this. But yesterday, and I want you to kind of elaborate on your thoughts about this a little bit more. But when Jalen Rose was interviewing him, and he's like, "Oh, Chris Webber, you did this, the Fab Five, you did this in Michigan, you went behind the back and dunked on Charles Barkley, and you did your thing with the Warriors or whatever everything." And then he just ended and went on, "You're in the Hall of Fame." I'm like, look, Chris Webber achieved so much before he got to the NBA, and he's a rookie of the year. Great ball player. what he did in Sacramento got him into the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he would have went to Washington and they would have flamed out.
Sacramento and Michigan got him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So mention Sacramento, Jalen. Come on,
I don't put that on Jalen. Like here's the thing. Like and I told you this earlier as we teased this conversation like an hour ago and never paid it off until this moment. So hopefully everybody stuck around for this. You saw the social media. Oh, Jalen and Chris on TV together. Oh, what a heartwarming moment. Oh, I just love it. I did not see it that way whatsoever. I saw Chris Webber being a professional and having and I know he, Jalen is laying it on, and I'm not trying to insinuate that Jalen wasn't genuine in his remarks and his love for Chris, but I looked at it as more of a, Chris is being a professional. He's doing I wasn't moved like warm and fuzzy. Right. I thought it was more awkward than anything else. Because I didn't feel like Chris embraced Jalen the way Jalen was trying to embrace Chris. And I know he dropped the, love you too. Thank you, Maria. Like at the very end, I didn't get the warm, fuzzy vibes that it seemed all of NBA Twitter got when Chris appeared on NBA Countdown. Yeah.
I agree 100%. And I saw the tweet and the reaction before I actually watched the video. So I was, when I saw it, I was, this is dope. And, like you, I saw people, oh, that was a moment. That was crazy. It was a beautiful moment, whatever. They rekindled and all this other stuff. So I was like, that's what's up. And I wasn't in a spot where I could really listen. I wanted to listen to that whole thing. So when I finally got to a spot, like a couple hours later, I was like, all right, bet I'm gonna watch this now. And I felt the same way. I was like, I don't know.
I watched the video. I saw the reaction, and then I watched the video. I was like, this is the wrong video. Like, where's the other one? Like, I'm trying to find the rest. I finally found the whole clip, and it was like, that wasn't it. Like, that was not some warm and fuzzy moment.
Nah, I got the vibe that, like you said, Chris Webber was being a professional, and that he loves Jalen just because he loves Jalen, but they ain't gonna go kick it now. Like they're not. It wasn't that.
I don't think there was any burying of the hatchet, so to speak.
Not at all. It was like, I love you because we got history. We grew up together, and I don't hate you. You know what I'm saying? I love you, but we're like you said, no burying of the hatchet. No, now you're gonna see Jalen wherever you see Chris, and it ain't that.
No,
like it's not.
There's
that.
probably some things that need to be said between them privately, and I've always told you how I felt about that Fab. I'm the only person in the country. I'm the only basketball fan in the country who hated that Fab Five documentary. I didn't hate it. That's not true. It was just like this is worthless to me without Chris's involvement. This is absolutely worthless, and I felt like they made Chris Webber pay for not being involved in it. It's like, okay, we're giving you a chance to come on here and speak your side of the story. And if you don't, we're going to speak it our way. And I felt like that's what they did. And I thought it was trash. I thought it was weak.
In that particular case, what are they supposed to do? They can't speak it Chris's way.
I felt like they slanted it pretty hard. Like you can't, like they walked across the bridge. They told Chris, hey, come on, man, this bridge is here for you. Chris said, no, I'm good over here. I'm not going to be a part of that. They said, okay. And they lit it on fire. That's how I felt. And so like I watched that. I was like, it's because I'm a big Chris Webber fan. Yeah. Like he's up I've always said I'm partial to Chris. I always will be. I think this Hall of Fame nod is long overdue. He's been one of my favorite players for as long as I can remember. And that was just my only takeaway from that was like, this is just absolute trash.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch that again just because I love the Fab Five. So I'm a kind of,
and I wanted to love the story's important. The story changed basketball. The Fab Five changed basketball.
Right.
But I felt like I couldn't enjoy it knowing, because you just kind of were waiting for them to trash Chris, and ultimately that's what they did. They trashed him.
I'll say this though with Chris Webber and the Michigan thing, because I followed that pretty closely. It seems like they've all said what we've done was important, man. People want to celebrate us. Let's celebrate what we achieved, what we accomplished. They're all, like you mentioned, the bridge. They're all on the other side of the bridge, and they're all like, "Yo, come on, let's do this."
Oh.
And Chris is like, "No, I don't want, for whatever hang up, whether it's Ed Martin, whatever." Chris, no, I really don't want. I take it as he don't. What was it when they made the national championship game and they were all there behind the bench and they were like, "We got a seat for Webb. We want Webb to be here." And Webb was in the skybox.
Well, they leave, but they left Chris holding the bag for everything that went wrong at Michigan.
No, remember I explained this to you. The what happened was they are, or at least Jalen and Ed Martin. Jalen said, "Yeah, I took money. I took money because I was broke and I was hungry. I took money."
But he framed it as, I took money to go get hot dogs, or I took money to go get popcorn. And Chris Webber took money to go get a Maserati.
No,
I'm exaggerating, but you get what I'm saying here.
Yeah, why you gotta say Maserati?
Because it's a nice car, and only big time players in the game can afford Maseratis. That's why. It's a perfect example.
But I think that the beef lied with Chris. He lied about it, and he tried to frame Ed Martin in a light of like kind of being sleazy. And Jalen was, why'd you do that? That's not, that's not who he is. You took stuff from him too, and he's a good man. He wasn't sleazy. And that's where Jalen had an issue with it. He was like, "Yo, this guy Ed Martin was looking out for us, man. It wasn't no slime ball agent or nothing like that. It's a dude that, if we didn't have nothing to eat, he'd take us out to eat." And Chris kind of framed it as, "No, I don't have no affiliation with this dude, man." Like, he lied.
Because they were only coming after Chris. It felt like they were only coming after Chris. It didn't feel like they were coming after the Fab Five. It felt like they were coming after Chris.
But Jalen's issue was just tell who he was. Tell who he was. Even if they are just coming after you, just tell who he was. Because in Jalen's eyes, he was a good man. And anybody's eyes, he was a good man. He was not what the media and what the NCAA is trying to portray him. He's a good man. And he wanted Chris to tell him he's a good man. And Chris was like, I don't know nothing about that dude. I don't know nothing about him.
Well, that's easy for Jalen to say because they're not coming for Jalen Rose. Jalen can handle it the way that he thinks he needs to handle it. Chris handled it the way he thought he needed to handle it. Maybe he was trying to spare the university here. I don't know. I never had a conversation with Chris Webber. I know that's stunning to hear. I've never had a conversation with Chris Webber about this. Never had a conversation with Jalen Rose about it. Just watching from the outside, I don't know, man. But the point in all of this being is that wasn't a warm and fuzzy moment on NBA Countdown. Not at all.
I saw it the same way you did, partner.
It was awkward and uncomfortable. But I'm definitely glad that I saw it, and I'm thrilled for Chris. I'm thrilled for Rick Adelman, as we mentioned Rick before. Rick going to the finals with the Portland Trailblazers. He was obviously tremendously successful here in Sacramento, the most successful coach, the only successful coach really in the history of the Sacramento Kings organization. Mm-hmm. And he was successful in Houston. Did he go to? Why do I have him? Was he in Minnesota?
Yeah, he went to Minnesota.
Yeah, like
he made the playoffs or not, but he went to Minnesota.
He's been successful, man, everywhere he's been. And then Yolanda, obviously, I have tremendous love for Yolanda Griffith. I'll tell you a story about her when we get back. We'll talk about the best things that we saw this weekend.
Real quick, when we get best things we saw this weekend, I want to hear the Yo story, and I want to talk about this year's Hall of Fame class.
Okay.
Or 2020, excuse me.
Okay. All right. We'll do that. And we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings as well. Medilo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay. Yeah, I was going to mention it when we got to it.
No, Cole, I don't think Jalen is going to be giving this speech.
Can y'all get a couple of more thumbs up for all the degenerates in the in the chat house. Just 2. Man, there's a whole bunch of people watching. I'm gonna need all of y'all to hit the thumbs up. We need to blow past the childish number that Roddy and Secure into Bagley and all those guys love. Y'all should blow past that. There's a whole bunch of people watching on YouTube. Let's hit that thumbs up. Pretty, please. Hit the subscribe button as well. Oh, there you go. There you go. Y'all in there. I see you. Get that thumbs up.
Esteban, I don't know. I feel like Chris has been relatively open with the timeout. I don't think he's shied away. I don't think
get over it. Yeah, sorry, bro. I'm just sharing my opinion on a 4-hour show, but I'll get over it. Fuck out of here. Jesus Almighty.
I don't even think that's the case. Like isn't his foundation called the Timeout Foundation or something like that? Like, I don't think he's shied away from it that much. I don't think he wants to talk about it every single time he talks to somebody.
I don't think that's you talking about the time. I don't think the timeout bothers him.
I don't
like he's pointed it out.
Like, I think
appreciate you, Sean. Appreciate you, Tyler.
In a documentary, he would talk about the timeout.
Yeah.
If he came on D-Lo and KC, I don't think he'd want to talk about the timeout.
No.
And I don't blame him. Like, it's not. Nah.
I don't think it wasn't canceled. It aired.
Yeah.
It actually aired. It was
a number of times.
I get why people loved it.
Oh, I think he's talking about this Kings one. Was he involved?
Oh, no, Chris wasn't involved. That was canceled because the focal point of the whole show was a whatever. Insert whatever line you want to right there. But he was you can't air that because it portrays him as like this hero, which is a bad look.
Jesse, what you talking about, man? Jalen and Chris are Sean and Brett.
Mm-hmm. The awkward hug. The awkward hug that Brett wanted no part of. Let's get to 100 likes today, man. Stay on that thumbs up. Well, I mean, everybody who's in here has hit the thumbs up, so we appreciate it.
Hey.
Dude, Brett, sure. Stay salty.
You got a chip on the shoulder.
I heard tomorrow. I just picked up on
once that they were sold out. It was in LA, but they said they were sold out.
I think they'll hit the stores tomorrow here.
Real quick, Dame. Our guy, Sacramento guy, Nick DePaula. He I've talked to him. He's down to come on whenever. He's doing some big things with ESPN.
Oh, for real? Okay.
Yeah, he's down to come on whenever, man. So,
let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Just been talking to him today. CKM stand up.
Yeah, check Drizzly tomorrow. Yeah, Jay Leno got the blue bottle indeed. He got the blue bottle. Oh man. You want to be a part of the conversation as we talk about the Kings, both past and present. It was fantastic to celebrate the past while being frustrated with another season coming to a losing conclusion yesterday with Chris Webber, Yolanda Griffith, and Rick Adelman all going into the Hall of Fame. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines again, 916-349-1320. You've got some thoughts on this year's Hall of Fame, or I guess it was the Hall of Fame class over the weekend.
Yeah, 2020, man, 2020, and I just I something hit me, when it was going through it a little bit. Kobe Bryant getting inducted, Vanessa Bryant, Michael Jordan, presenting him and inducting him. Man, bittersweet moment because it was beautiful. It was beautiful, the words that they said and the stories that they told and the way they did it. But just a reminder that, Kobe's not here. So
yeah,
that is that's tough. And I understand why that took center stage. I completely understand it. But man, Kevin Garnett and Tim Duncan. I mean, they're not getting mentioned at all. And this was their time too. They got inducted to the Hall of Fame.
I don't feel like that's true.
I hadn't seen much of anything. I've seen it's all been about Kobe. And once again,
Well,
I understand. I'm not making. I'm not saying take away from Kobe. I'm saying I want to just take the time to recognize their greatness, KG and Tim Duncan, and them being inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's the story, you know, but the story has been less about, and I think you kind of hit it perfectly, where the Hall of Fame for Tim Duncan is supposed to be it's a celebration of his career and his accomplishments. The Hall of Fame for Kevin Garnett is a celebration of his career and his accomplishments, and a chance to continue the pettiness with Ray Allen, the one guy that he seemed to not think during his speech. You know, even Kim Mulkey was being, Kim Mulkey up there. She was being very Mulkey-like. But with Vanessa, with Kobe, it was, and it's not, it was a reminder that he's not here. You know what I mean? And I think you said that perfectly, is like, it's a celebration, it's a celebration, it's a celebration. And then there's this reminder that Kobe Bryant isn't here. And every Hall of Fame class has a main eventer, right? Who's going to be the closer? Well, as star-studded as this class may have been, Kobe was the most charismatic. Right. Kevin Garnett's the most colorful. Tim Duncan may be the most accomplished, but we all knew Kobe Bryant was going to close this show.
Right.
And, obviously with Kobe passing away, I think it was obvious that Vanessa was going to close the show. And, Vanessa delivered, I think she delivered the speech as best she possibly could. It's just, again, it wasn't a celebration, nor could it have been. It was just a reminder of, damn, Kobe's not here. So, as I was watching it and seeing, there was just great stuff that would circulate out through social media as the event went along. There was the Robert Horry stuff, which is an entirely, other conversation from Rudy T. And there was, Tim Duncan talking to Greg Popovich and Kevin Garnett and all of these different things. And then Vanessa spoke. And then when it wrapped up, it was all about her. And it was all about how she handled it and getting through it, and some of the great lines that she had in there, and some of the different stories that she told. But I'm with you that it kind of focused on her after the event was over, but I didn't feel like the other guys were lost during the event.
And I didn't see it during the event, right? So I wasn't tapped in live. My boy was out there hitting bombs during the event.
I saw that.
Boy, take that thing, take Reese. Yeah.
I saw that. My boy Reese was. I'm gonna have to check him for PEDs. He was making some contact out there.
Yeah, man. So I didn't get a chance to see it live, but and once again,
and I know people don't like to acknowledge this, and this is going to be the case next year. Hall of Fames are boring. They're not fun to sit through. I don't find them enjoyable whatsoever. There's a couple of people that you really look forward to. I didn't want to hear Kim. I turned the television down when Kim Mulkey started talking. I was like, I can't deal with her.
Was she Kim Mulkey?
Yes. That's why I turned it down. It's like, okay, we're doing this on the Hall of Fame stage, huh? All right, I'm gonna go do laundry. I'm gonna go do something else. I enjoyed Tim Duncan. I enjoyed Kevin Garnett, but there was a lot of other stuff in between that was just kind of like, unless you have an attachment to that player, to that person, to that contributor, to that coach, it doesn't feel the same. Like, Rick will be great, but the truth is Rick's going to be talking about a lot of stuff that doesn't have anything to do with us. You know what I mean? Like, we want to believe that Rick Adelman was all Sacramento, but he's not. So there's going to be moments for me and during Hall of Fames that just kind of they're just kind of lulls.
Is there a bias involved when I say that? And you're pointed it out 100% correct. I mean, he literally had reached higher heights in Portland than he did in Sacramento. But the Kings is what, like, if you like baseball, you go in with your hat, he'd be a king, right? Outside of Portland, I think outside of Portland. So I'll just look at
he was here the longest.
But look at the pictures that people use. They're from Sacramento. Like I would guess that outside of Portland and outside of your NBA observers, like your lifers like me and you, not a lot of people associate him with those Portland teams.
I get if you forget Houston. I completely understand if you forget Minnesota. How you can't forget Portland?
Portland, those two finals are probably the most forgotten finals outside of Portland. 90 against Detroit. People forget about Detroit going back to back. And 92.
Because it wasn't the Lakers, the Celtics, or the Bulls.
Right. 92. They don't think about that.
That's the shrug.
That's a shrug. And all they remember is Cliff Robinson. Oh, that was the finals. But they don't remember that more than 93. They don't remember that more than 91. They don't remember more than 96. And then you remember.
But outside of Sacramento, what do you remember about Rick Adelman in Sacramento?
In Sacramento, he was with that great Sacramento team.
I don't think, but like, when are you thinking about Rick Adelman? Because you'll think about Jason Williams, right? You'll think about Chris. You'll think about Vlade as the guy who tied it all together. Maybe you'll point out Peja, what a great shooter he was. I don't even know when Mike Bibby enters the conversation. Hell, Ron Artest might get a mention somewhere in there.
That's just crazy.
I don't know when you get to Rick Adelman.
I will say that. Well, number one, and this could be completely biased on my part, but number one, you look at Rick Adelman as the coach of the Kings. So when you think about Rick Adelman, you think about, oh, he coached those early Kings teams. So I'm not saying he comes in your daily thought process, but when somebody says Rick Adelman, oh yeah, he was the coach of those Kings teams that got robbed. The one thing people remember about it, like if you had to put a facial expression on him, what is the one facial expression you think they have of him?
He has the same facial expression all of the time. His face does not change.
It's game 6 and him sitting there on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
When you see highlights of that's the one where he's sitting there in disbelief.
I found that picture yesterday when I was putting together his Hall of Fame graphic.
That's the thing. Now, the only reason why I say that is because
it's a hell of a picture.
And he looks like
but that's not the first thing that comes up. Robert Horry comes up. Game 6 comes up. Tim Donaghy's going to come up. Rick Adelman isn't going to. He's not going to be mentioned until like if this was a story, Rick Adelman might be mentioned like on the second page of the story.
Maybe so, but
that's not a knock on Rick Adelman, just because there were so many other things happening with this team. Chris Webber's free agency. Chris Webber's trade here. I was listening to Deuce and Mo where they reminded us, like, Chris didn't even show up to his first practice here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I heard that was crazy. That was crazy. But you're right. But you know how Rick Adelman looked in Portland, right?
Like his physical appearance? Yeah.
When was the last time you seen a picture of him in Portland?
Well, yesterday, but that's not your point. I get your point.
It's always the gray-haired Rick Adelman who's a little bigger, a little heavier. But
is everybody going, oh, that's Sacramento Kings Rick Adelman?
I'm just saying that's where they don't even remember what he looked like in Portland. When they look for a picture, they don't go for Portland Rick Adelman.
That's because Jordan aged him so many years. He looked completely different by the time he got to Sacramento. Hell, people will forget he made a stop in Golden State for a couple of years.
Oh my goodness. I forgot that.
Yeah.
Is King, that was the best time of his career. Not the most accomplished, because he accomplished more in Portland, but that was the best time in his career, I think. Could be wrong.
Made the playoffs every year he was here.
I'm sure he did that in Portland too, huh?
Yep. Wow. Every year he was in Portland. Missed it his last 2 years in Houston, and as you noted earlier, he never his best record in Minnesota was 40-42. And that was his last year. So
great coach, man.
Absolutely. I mean,
love Rick Adelman.
Absolutely, just phenomenal coach. 61-21 here. No one will ever forget that. 59-23 the next year, and that was the year that they collapsed at the end of the season, wasn't it? They the Lakers wound up taking the number 1 seed
in 01.
That was 02 and 02 to 03. When I think that was the year. Was that the year
Webber blew out his knee? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
he's a phenomenal coach. I don't know how people will remember him, but I'll be very interested in his Hall of Fame speech. But again, it was such a reminder of it's 36 years, 8 winning years. Rick was here for all of them. Chris was here. I mean, it's really just amazing how this entire this organization's basketball identity in the history of professional basketball is built around a period of less than a decade. Like one singular decade. Now I don't know that there's another NBA story in the Kings history. You know what I mean? Like not a story to us, not Jerry Reynolds passing out, not not all of these, not the rookie passing away, nothing like that.
Right.
I'm talking about like, well, the rookie passing away is one, but I'm talking about
but that doesn't even really, I get what you mean.
See,
that doesn't
you
even
know,
really get
right.
brought up like that.
I don't know that there's another NBA story out there past Ori, Game 6, the Tim Donaghy tie-in. Maybe Chris's injury will get brought up, but that's probably more when you're telling the story of Chris Webber. And then that's it. Like, you really don't have to mention the Kings again. When talking about the NBA and like the history of the NBA, you don't have to mention the Kings again.
I know what you mean. I mean, Jay Will's in there though. Jay Will's in there. You can't tell the story of the NBA without mentioning at least those first 2 years of Jay Will.
I firmly disagree with that. I don't think Jay Will's a local only story, but I don't know if you're working on like a 20-part NBA documentary that someone goes, stop, we didn't get Jay Will in. I don't know that anybody.
Did you see that for the
Jay Will might be worked into the video package that leads you to Ori into Game 6? Like, he could be worked in that. But again, it's still a part of that same time frame.
Right. No,
outside of that time frame, there's nothing there, and that's probably where Weber's knee injury gets worked in.
I think Jay Will gets in before Weber's knee injury. I don't think there's people who really remember that being the fall. They feel like Game 7 was the fall. Like, that was it.
For sure.
You know what I mean? So I think Jay Will. So you seen the thing on you said, what if there was a 20-part story about the NBA? You seen that, For the Love of the Game? Isn't that what it's called?
I don't know.
On ESPN?
Okay.
It's literally like a 30-part story of it's basketball.
I talked to I actually have seen that, but those are like,
I didn't finish it, but there's shorts and there's long.
Yeah,
they're like 30 minutes. Things are like 10 minutes.
Right.
And I haven't seen the whole thing yet, but I'm pretty sure Jason Williams is in there.
Okay. But he's part of the story of the Kings.
Probably so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And you talk about them being the
point being, before Rick Adelman or Chris Webber, after Rick Adelman and Chris Webber, there's no mention of the Sacramento Kings when discussing the history of the NBA.
I don't even think people really care that much about saving the team outside of Sacramento.
No, I don't think that doesn't get a mention. That won't get a mention.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. So you're right. I mean, that is all they have in NBA history. Is that moment right there, that time frame.
Depressed yet?
No, I'm not.
Anybody?
Not
Anybody?
depressed.
Wasn't talking to you. I was talking to everybody else. We'll get back to the current crop of the Sacramento Kings. You heard from Tyrese Haliburton, of course, assuming you've been with us for the last 2 hours and 30 minutes.
I don't know what else you're doing.
That's right. Here's what I'm saying. You've heard from Tyrese Haliburton. You heard from Harrison Barnes. You'll hear from Richaun Holmes and Marvin Bagley as well. Those four they had post the end of the season media availability. I'm trying to be careful. I keep saying postseason. They had end of the season media availability earlier today. So if you missed that, you'll hear what Richaun Holmes said. Obviously, a lot of talk about Richaun Holmes' future here in Sacramento and elsewhere. You'll hear what he had to say, and you'll hear what Marvin Bagley had to say as well. We'll have that coming up for you. Best thing I saw this weekend. I'm anxious to see how the next few days play out. Right now, as it stands, and I reserve the right to change my mind, it is allowed, I don't like the play-in stuff. However, with the Wizards and Hornets competing for the 8th spot, I enjoyed the hell out of that game. I thought it was fantastic. The Wizards were down like 16. They fought back. They just slugged it out for like the final 6.5, 7 minutes of the game. LaMelo was fantastic there in the final minutes. Bradley Beal had no business being out there on the floor, but he toughed it out. He was phenomenal. He played great. It was a really, really fun game to watch on the final day of the season with play-in implications. And it'll be the Wizards and the Boston Celtics in the 8 versus 9 matchup, and you'll be able to hear that exclusively on ESPN 1320 tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then, of course, you got the Warriors and the Lakers, KC. You'll be able to hear that Wednesday here at 7 p.m. on ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah. Get tapped in right here for all your play-in action. I missed that Wizards Hornets game.
It was fun. It was like the middle of the day. You probably had a life. Like, I understand people who didn't see it. You have a life to live. Meanwhile, I'm sitting at home doing nothing. I was like, oh, Wizards and Hornets are playing. I tuned in. The Wizards were down. I was like, oh, okay, I'll sit through this. Then I started getting texts from my friends. I mentioned Mike Tebow, coach of the Mystics. He texts me, and I'll show it as soon as I get it. They put shirts. So have you seen the Westbrook logo with the 182? Like, you know how there's been this trend in the last like 5 years to make numbers into letters. Well, they spelled out Westbrook's name, but they made 182 spell out like the middle part. And it looks pretty neat. Like, and anyways, he's sending me one of those shirts from the arena. They had him sitting on all of the chairs at the, what is it now? Capital One. Capital One.
Capital One anymore, but
used to be Verizon, used to be MCI. So I think it's Capital One. But that was pretty legit. That was a fun game to watch.
Yeah, man. I heard good things about that game. I'm surprised they got to the 8th spot. I saw that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, 8. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's and that game was important. It dropped Charlotte to 33 and 39. They're in the 10th spot. Indiana, they're in the 9th spot. And now you've got Washington and Boston who finished the season at 500, dueling it out for the 7th spot. And you guys know how the play-in works. The winner of the Wizards and Celtics will be the 7th spot. The loser will play the winner of the 9-10 matchup, the Pacers and the Hornets, for the 8th spot. So the reason I just look at this and go, wow, this is what I just don't I just don't know that I feel this is Golden State. Hypothetically, Golden State beats the Lakers. Golden State's the 7th seed. They're 39 and 33. Let's say the Lakers beat the Timberwolves or the Grizzlies or the Spurs or whoever. They're 42 and 30 and they're the 8th seed. So you've minimized the regular season.
I mean,
I get it's exciting. I get you got a sponsorship, but the Lakers are 3 games better than the Golden State Warriors and could finish a seed below them.
I understand that. I get what you're saying. I get the argument. Okay. I like it how it's been going. Once again, that adds urgency. I can make the argument that adds urgency to the regular season that you typically
maybe to the end of the regular season.
I mean, we've been seeing quote unquote important games for the last 2-3 weeks. People trying to avoid that 7th seed. Whereas before, I mean,
Lakers, Portland, Dallas all finished with the same exact record, by the way.
And they was playing to the end of the season. Whereas in years past, probably wouldn't be like in years past, LeBron probably wouldn't even come back until playoffs.
Maybe.
So it's added intrigue.
Just don't do this with 82 games next year. That's all I ask. Don't do this with 82 games.
What do you think they should do?
Cut either get rid of this completely or cut the regular season. What are you going to do? What are you going to do one year when there's a team that's like 6 games below, when the discrepancy between 7 and then 8, 9, and 10 is massive? What are you going to do then?
You're going to play it out. And they should get beat.
You're going to have an 8 seed, get lucky one day. One game. This isn't a series. Get lucky one day, and then you've got a 7 seed who's 12 games better, who's 7 games better than the 8 seed playing from the 8th spot.
Well, I do think they need to work with that a little bit better.
Or the 9th, 10th seed wins. You have a team 10 games below 500 getting into the playoffs.
I mentioned it before. like there needs to be some kind of kickers in there where if you're 4 games better, if you're the 7th seed and you're 4 games better than the 8th spot, then you're not in the play-in. And if you're the 10th spot and you're 6 games back of the 9, then you're not in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? The same for 8 and 9. Like if you're 4 games better as the 8th seed than the 9th seed, then there is no play-in. Now you can't really do that because people are going to pay for this, and you have to guarantee them that there's a play-in tournament. But I think it's worked out. I think it's worked out. The only thing that I would say is I think at some point this all needs to be in one location.
Yeah, you're hung up on that, and you need to stop.
It needs to be in one location.
You got to stop.
We'll put 2 of them.
Because you're just finding more ways to crap on the regular season.
Put one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast.
You're just finding more ways to crap on the regular season.
How is that crapping on the regular season?
What's the point? Then what's the point? What's the point? Like if you're this, if you're fighting for the 7th spot, like what's the point? Because you're going to go play in Las Vegas because Kenny wants more basketball in Las Vegas. And don't lie and say that's not where you were going to put the West Coast team is. You were going to put it in Las Vegas.
Either Las Vegas or LA.
You're putting it in Las Vegas. Stop trying to soften it by saying LA. I know you don't play with me.
I'd go to both.
It's dumb.
I'm
like it's the Warriors and Lakers. It's tantalizing.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, before any games are played, I think this whole thing is dumb. It's dumb.
It's not dumb.
It needs to be tuned up. I get the idea.
It needs to be tuned a little bit. It needs
to be tuned up. Needs to be polished.
But once again, we talking about the 7th and 8th seed. It's like the Lakers are an anomaly. Like there could be
more anomalies. There could be an anomaly every year.
Anomaly. The Mavericks wasn't doing nothing last year. The Warriors ain't doing nothing in the playoffs this year. We're not.
Oh, you ain't heard? You don't want to see Steph? You ain't heard? Draymond's cute because he drops an MFer on TV, and it's like, oh, Draymond. Oh, jeez. He drops the F-bomb on live TV. Like, okay. Cool. Guess we
have no home training.
Guess I get it's Draymond though, so it's cute. What's the best thing that you saw this weekend?
Best thing I saw this weekend, WNBA season started, so that was good to watch. That wasn't the best thing. My man Xavier Martinez, friend of the program, Xavier Martinez, moved to 17-0 after his unanimous decision over Juan Carlos Burgos. Solid win for him. He was up in there with a veteran that was able to take some of his punches, and he did what he had to do. I'm still waiting for the day, and we're coming soon. I think it's probably going to be in the next year or two. I'm going to just put it out there. Xavier Martinez headlining a card at the Golden One Center. D'Lo and KC will be in the building. It's going to be a lituation.
I'm with it. I like it. Congratulations to our man Xavier Martinez for that one. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about the Lakers and the Warriors. I do want to ask you this, though. We're handing out kind of like year-end awards for the Sacramento Kings. Your favorite moment this season? I'm curious to hear what you think about that, and then we'll dive back into everything else that's going on in the world of the Kings. You want to be a part of the conversation? You can. 916-349-1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
All right, let me slide out real quick.
Quick.
Ramsey, just give them the money that they're going to get. If you go to Las Vegas, they're probably going to sell out. Give the owners that money. What are you talking about? So, for instance, the Genie Bus. Give her the money that they're making in Vegas. Simple. I'll be back. Oh, yeah. I do love LA. All right. I love LA. I do.
Horrible traffic. Only thing I love about LA is the beaches. Give me Santa Monica. Give me Malibu. Give me something near the water, and I'll ride. All right. What Will Z put up here? Will Z. Yeah, I guess. Maybe I'm just being an old crotchety. Maybe I'm being the old man in this. I'm just not feeling it yet. I feel like you're minimizing the regular season too much. That's all it is. I just feel like you're minimizing the regular season too much. Yes, I realize the Kings didn't advance without Mike Bibby. I understand how the history of the Kings work, but I assure you, no one cares. When you're telling this story in a micro form for the NBA, J. Will's on more highlights, and Mike's big shot against the Lakers is going to get buried by the other shots that happen. And maybe they'll tell the story. Maybe they'll tell the story of Mike's shot in the the buildup of the series. Like if you did a 30 for 30 on the series, it'd get more love. But if you just encompassed it within stories in the NBA, I don't know. Why can't I find? Oh, here's Wilsey. Here's a crazy stat. Of all coaches in NBA history, Luke Walton ranks second in games coached while never making the playoffs. Really? So it's 5 seasons now? Wow. That is a crazy stat. Wow. Damn. Okay. No, I don't think so, David. You know, that Spaceballs avatar makes me laugh every time. Both here and on Twitter. I don't know. It makes me laugh. I don't know why. That Mick Moranis picture is so funny to me. I mean, he ain't wrong though. You can't argue numbers. The game 916. I mean, you can. Numbers are meant to be argued. When Luke broke the clipboard. That's funny.
I saw something from Luke the other day that I want to talk about.
Hey, Securing the Bagley's here, man. Where you been?
What's up, Securing the Bagley?
Sorry, man. You saw something from Luke?
Yeah, there's 2 things I want to get to on the other side. 2 things. One from Luke and one about the Kings.
Okay. Let's get us into it. I'll mention, let's hit favorite moments of the season real quick.
Okay.
And then it does not, because he wasn't a head coach. I'm assuming it just counts the last 5 years.
He's gone. He is gone.
He went to the Kim Mulkey School of Mask Wearing. I was baffled by why Marshall had to wear a mask last night on our TV broadcast.
Yeah.
It's like you're in an empty arena. Like, that's still protocols there? Literally nobody there. Wild.
I've been confused by all this.
Yeah, I don't know what's what.
Who gets on Buddy more, Brian or Ramsey?
Brian. Nobody
so?
more than Ryan. Yeah, Ramsey doesn't even. You'll hear from Richaun Holmes coming up here shortly. Marvin Bagley, as well as the season-ending media availability came to a conclusion just before the show started. We also have some sound from Harrison Barnes and Tyrese Haliburton as well. Should mention this before we get into some of our favorite moments of the Kings season. Tyrese, Harrison, and Marvin all acknowledged. Richaun said he's pretty sore. He's pretty banged up. All 4 of those guys have been injured to close the season. Marvin said, he would have been back if the season had been 82 games. He probably would have been back, but it still would have been a few more days. Tyrese isn't back to basketball activity yet. He's getting a little bit closer. It sounded like of the 4, Harrison said they were testing his explosiveness. He said he had never had a groin injury before. He said they were testing his explosiveness in the days leading up to, the closing of the season, the end of the season, and they just didn't feel like it was there. He's still going to be rehabbing for a little bit while, a little bit longer, but he believes he'll have a full off season to prepare. A lot of these guys take weeks off after the season ends to let their body recover. So you kind of factor in that time where he's doing some rehab along the way. He'll be able to have a full off season. Marvin Bagley believes the same thing, as does Tyrese Haliburton. The only one who didn't really elaborate on his injuries was Richaun Holmes. Of course, that wasn't the main talking point with Richaun Holmes. Everybody was talking about the free agency, but the first thing he says, yeah, I'm pretty banged up. Things hurt a little bit, but I'll be good. He knows he's got a big summer ahead, and he's very much looking forward to it, as he told us today.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I want him to go get that bag, man.
Indeed.
I hope it comes from the Kings, man. But either way, I want him to go get that bag.
He's earned it.
That's one of the things. But look, so this is kind of where we started the whole season or the whole show. Is like, to me personally, those are more pressing issues than Luke Walton. And I know they can't announce we're bringing back Marvin. I get what you're saying with that. I'm just talking about in general, as we talk about the Kings, what's most important. Those signing Richaun Holmes, what are you going to do with Marvin Bagley? What are you going to do with Harrison Barnes? What are you going to do with Buddy Hield? Those are more important to what this team is going to be next year than whether or not Luke Walton comes back. To me.
I understand but I know you understand what I'm saying. It's just none of that stuff can be done right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. I know they can't. The one thing they can do is say we fired or we're bringing back. That's what the team do. I'm just talking about
if Luke is coming back, it's over. Like Kingston, it all quiets down now. Now we're looking at draft picks. There's nothing to discuss for weeks.
It's right. I'm saying, but between us though, I needed you to help me out, because when I woke up this morning, I thought about the Kings. Well, I got a show, and I knew we had some things prepared just in case something happened. But just as like, all right, off season.
I may or may not have a graphic prepared in case something happens to post on social media, but it might end up in the trash folder.
When I think about the Kings, just when I think about the Kings, and I say, all right, off season, what needs to be done? I go through, like I said, about 3 or 4 things before I think about the coach. But like I said, that's just me. I think
your list isn't in chronological order.
I think the most important thing, I think it's what they do with Marvin Bagley, figuring that out. Because if you keep him, you got an asset, and you still got a guy that I have high hopes for personally. But if you let him go,
well, in the 3:00 hour, we'll spend some time trying to figure out what to do with Marvin Bagley. We'll give you our thoughts. In here, Marvin, spoke to there was a lot of talk about relationships today. Marvin was one of the guys I was most curious about hearing what his relationships were with guys on the team and in the coaching staff. And here's what Marvin Bagley had to say about that.
And everything's all good, man. Everything is, we talk to each other. We got, like I said, in the beginning of the season, it's open line of communication. I like the relationship I have with the players that I hear. Everybody, gets along in the locker room, plane rides, wherever we at, everybody gets along. So that's always a good thing, for me personally to be around and be involved in. So everything's good.
Okay. A couple of more things that I want you to hear from Marvin Bagley as well before we hit you with some of our favorite moments of the Kings season. He was asked about any potential changes with him in the organization.
I can't control what happens. That's the whole, mindset. I'm not going to worry about something I can't control. It's whatever happens. All I can control is what I'm doing now, talking to you guys, what I'm going to do to get better. Everything else is, I have no say. I have no, it's not in my power to say or control what happens. So, I'm not anxious or nothing. I'm just going to keep being me, being myself, being around my family, growing every day. That's really all I can do. So I'm not really worried about the other stuff that may or may not happen.
So it just kind of feels like potential change with Marvin and his status with the Kings. This was kind of lingering over that whole conversation, that whole media scrum today. It was just it was kind of out there, and that was his way of addressing it when asked more directly.
Yeah, I mean, he's technically right. Like, you don't really have too much control over it if they're ready to move on from him, and they're ready to move on from him. Yeah, I would love for him to come out and be like, I want to stay here. I want to be here. You know, I want to make this work. But that's not really in his nature. He's not really definitive about much of anything. And I don't even mean that as a knock. That's not how he speaks. You know what I mean? He doesn't speak really in matter of fact tones like that. So,
and you don't want to say something like that because it could wind up going really, really bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, you just kind of let the normally saying, "Oh, I want to be in Sacramento forever" is the kiss of death. I feel like Chris Webber said it. I feel like Peja said it. I feel like Peja said it within days of being traded, maybe within hours of being traded. Like that, just.
Well,
I thought that was the perfect answer. I can't control it. I'm here. I'm ready to work. He didn't, he could have gone the other way and said, get me out of here. He could have gone the other way and said, this is horrible. He could have gone the other way and just said a whole bunch of negative things about the organization or his experience here. I think the way that he answered the question is I think it's a fine way to do it.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But to counteract what you just said he could have done, he can say, I want to be here forever. That's not his call, but he could easily say, yo, I want to be here. I want to make it work here. What they want to do, what they have plans, that's out of my control, but I know what I want. I want to make it work here. You can say that, and that's simple. And it's something that's out of his control.
Okay.
If anything, then he puts back on the organization, because he's been perfectly clear. I want to be here. Now, if he says that, and then knowing he demanded a trade or demanding a trade, now you look a little funny in the light.
Okay. Yeah.
But as long as, if you're not doing that and you're literally seriously, genuinely saying, I want to be here, I want to make it work, that's it's in the organization's hand at that point.
Do you think he does? There's no insight. This is just our opinion. Like, do you think Marvin wants to be here?
It's so tough because I haven't gotten anything from him. I would say off the top of my head, the first thing that came to my mind was no.
Okay.
That's the first thing that came to my mind. But it's that I don't have a good read on it just because he doesn't really say a whole lot. And when he does speak, it's nothing bad. Like, he's fine. But yeah, I don't know. The one thing that comes out is what we really have to go fair or unfair. We have to go by how his family reacts, how Team Bagley reacts.
Do we? Yeah. Do we? I don't feel like if he's legitimately not worried about that, do we have to worry about it?
No, we don't have to worry about it if he's not worried about it. But
if he's worried about it, then it is a Kings problem. Like, if it's a problem for Marvin Bagley that Team Bagley is going to go social media nuts over him staying here and wanting to be a part of the team, yeah, then it is a problem, because it's clear that just hasn't gone away, and it's hard to, I don't know, like, you can see things different in hindsight, right? Like, I don't know that any of this stuff with Marvin's dad has affected him whatsoever, but in hindsight, you can look at it and go, well, it feels like the whole thing, like, you could start to project stuff. Right, you could start to believe you're seeing stuff that you might not actually be seeing. Well, it feels like things changed with Marvin Bagley. Man, we don't know that. Marvin, you just heard him. Like, that's Marvin's demeanor. Marvin's demeanor is very low key, and I don't think he's the guy who gets, like, really up for any conversation for any moment. You know what I mean?
No. I agree. I'm laughing.
I know why. I know. I can see when you're looking in the chat, and, like, I'm trying to get your eyes out of there.
He goes, man, we always expect so much from the player, but never a franchise. We don't hear the Kings coming out and saying we want Marvin here. The Kings didn't speak today.
We ain't heard from the Kings today.
Marvin spoke today, and we said we wanted to say. And he goes, but this is a business, so I don't expect loyalty. Nobody's saying I want Marvin to say I will die for the Kings. Nobody's saying that. All I said was, I'd like to.
That'd be a statement, though. Marvin Bagley lays his life on the line for the Sacramento Kings. Whoa!
All I'm saying is, if you want to be here, you want to be here. That's not anything that you control. If you're going to be here now, you're not a free agent. If they trade you, okay, you move on. But do you want to be here? Do I want to be on this show? Yes, I want to be on this show. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want.
Mm-hmm. But I also wouldn't put much stock into what the organization says, because I can remember one particular time where they told us the player was going to be here for a very long time, and then like a week and a half later, he very much was not here.
Hey.
But that's a different.
No, it's a business, and I don't really. Maybe I look at it in a jaded way, but I mean, the organization, they got to say what they got to say to make sure the organization is.
And you don't say that stuff publicly, bro. That's a bad look to me.
Well,
you don't say that stuff publicly.
Say what?
We're gonna keep a player here, and you ultimately, and like you trade him. There's no benefit. So let's not live in the past. Let's talk about current. There is no benefit for the Sacramento Kings to say we want Marvin Bagley here right now. None. Absolutely none. Because they may want Marvin Bagley here. And they may be like, they may feel like D'Lo and KC do. You know what? Let's show Marvin Bagley how we feel. Monty McNair is going to give one of those rare press conferences. He's not going to say anything, as most general manager press conferences don't. But he's going to drop one little nugget for us, and he's going to say, no, outside of the injury, we're really happy with Marvin Bagley and his development through the year. We're going to do everything we can to keep him healthy. But yeah, we want him here next year. Absolutely. He's under contract with us. He's going to be a Sacramento King next year. There's no benefit for the Kings to do that, because Chicago could call, Indiana could call, any of the other 29 teams in the NBA could call and be like, yo, we really like Marvin Bagley. We've got a first round pick in blah, blah, blah for him, or we got this for him, or we've got, hey, you remember when you called us at the trade deadline for ... We're willing to offer him up, but we need to get our hands on Marvin Bagley. You can't make, there's no benefit to make a grand proclamation. And I said this with DeMarcus Cousins too. This isn't revisionist history. I said with DeMarcus Cousins, the day James Ham reported it, when Mark Stein followed it up, there was no benefit to the organization saying this is our intention, because it could only go bad after that. Same is true with Marvin. Same is true with any player. Unless you've got like a contract that is going in front of them right now, and they're in the process of signing it, there's no point in doing this.
So the flip side is, if they're like, oh, anything's possible with anybody.
No, you don't answer that question publicly. You can tell Marvin what I just said. You can tell Marvin privately, dude, we love you. We want you here. Like, this is our goal. Like, we want you to be here. We want you to be a pillar of the Sacramento Kings organization. I don't know I don't know who's going to call. I don't know how many teams covet you across the league, but we really like you, and our plan is for you to be here. You can tell him that.
Role play. I'm James Ham.
1 second. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. He's James Ham, apparently, and I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you being with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Apparently, you're the new Photoshop version of James Ham that emerged on social media last week, where he is a little bit darker. He's shredded. He's he
like my boy Max McClure, who declared for the NBA draft, by the way. We figured that out.
James Ham about to drop a "you wouldn't like me if I'm angry" line with those biceps that he had in that Photoshop. But go ahead, you be James Ham here.
I'm James Ham. You're Monty McNair.
We'll be sure to get on the show. Yes, James.
Monty,
hi, James.
Monty, what do you guys about Marvin Bagley? What are you guys' plans with him moving forward?
Yeah, no, we love Marvin Bagley. Obviously we hope that he stays healthy, but we're pleased with the time that he was out on the court. We thought he was very good. Like with all of our players, we'll assess everything, in this off season. But we like Marvin Bagley.
Do you guys have plans of keeping him moving forward? Do you guys plan on bringing him back next year?
Well, Marvin's under contract with us for next year.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I dropped a high, James. That's a Luke Walton, not a Monty McNair. So,
but you hit right.
Just real quick, too, aspiring journalists, when you're on a Zoom call, and I know this hopefully never happens to you, the first guy up, Marshall, Harris, James Ham. Hey, Tyrese, how you doing? Hey, Richaun, how you doing? Pay attention, because the chances are 2 minutes later, when it's your turn to ask the question and your icebreaker is, hey, Richaun, how you doing? The chances are he's still good. Like he was good a couple of minutes ago. He's still good now.
Wasted words.
I get it. The first, like, it's the icebreaker, right? The first thing that you say is always the hardest. It's the hardest part of every show. The first thing we say at 12 o'clock. It's always the hardest part. Every day. It's always the hardest part. But it's like the hey, how you doing? Like, yeah, I'm fine. I was fine when James asked me. I was fine when Richaun asked me. I was fine when the two Jasons asked me. I'm still fine now. Thank you. How are you?
Wasted words are not necessary.
That was the first 10 seconds of every question there.
But I asked the question wrong to you, Monty.
James Ham on the show too this week, but go ahead.
I said, I should have asked, what are your guys' plans for Marvin Bagley moving forward?
Well, I'm not going to divulge what our plans are to you, like, but we're going to assess our roster and find out what, we're going to maintain flexibility, and we're going to try to build a roster that competes for a playoff spot.
Damian, today Monty McNair spoke. Didn't sound like he was committing to Marvin Bagley. Your thoughts?
Monty didn't speak to anything. Monty didn't commit to anything. He never will.
He wouldn't have that. He wouldn't have that tone with De'Aaron Fox.
Yes, he wouldn't have that tone with De'Aaron Fox, who is signed to a max contract for the next 5 years, versus a player who's on the fifth year of their rookie deal.
He wouldn't have that tone with Tyrese Haliburton.
Different, who's on the second year of his rookie contract. Yeah, that's accurate. Yep. None of them have injury history. None of them have, well, I guess Tyrese does now. And now that he has a year in the league, I guess you accumulate injury history when you get in the league a year.
Aaron actually does have injury history.
You can try to work this as long as you as much as you want to. Like I'm down for it. Like it doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare me away.
He's fun, whatever way people.
What I would appreciate is him to just go, yeah, no, James, screw off. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing.
I don't. Maybe it's not the most professional thing to do.
He said he hasn't said James, screw off. He said, well, I'm not going to tell you like our strategy, and he's just kept on talking.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a problem with that.
I like that.
At least not in what I've noticed.
I'm with that. Two things I wanted to touch on real quick before we got to our favorite moments of the season. Number one,
might be that James Ham Monty McNair exchange we just had is my favorite moment of the season. But go ahead.
I mean, we could do this every day. Find something to rope
for sure.
I'm not even going.
Hey, if PTI could do it, we could do it.
They did a pretty good job with that. I always like that. But something I saw with Luke Walton that I really liked last night. We were doing Sports Sunday, CBS 13. Shout out to our guy Marshall Harris. Shout out to Sarah. Shout out to Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Next season, I need the suits to come back. All this athletic gear, and they got their fleece on for the coaches. Yeah, it's cool. It's comfortable. I need them $2,000 Italian suits. That's what I want to see from the coaches. They were showing a clip of Luke Walton getting thrown out last year. He had a nice suit on. Nice suit. Bring him back.
Okay. Is there a particular reason?
I think it looks better than the joggers and the fleece shirt.
Oh, excuse me. Explain to me further your blatant prejudice against joggers.
Do you see what well, you don't see my pants. Do you see my hoodie? I wear it all the time. If I'm going to coach in the NBA, I'm not wearing this.
I need you to explain your prejudice against joggers. I need to know where you and I stand.
I love joggers. Are you out of your mind?
Okay, because you just took a shot at him. Because if I was a coach, my pants would be European cut. They wouldn't see my ankles.
Okay, you're not wearing joggers though to coach the NBA. You're not.
Tell me what I wouldn't do.
You're gonna look like you look in that first McQueen Luke Belair picture you took, and I'd be like, "That boy's fitted. Let's go."
Okay, all right. I'll take that. I'll take that.
The second thing was I saw
the outfit was fly in the second McQueen picture too, but I wouldn't be coaching in that one.
I get my t-shirts from Ross. You know what I'm saying? I get my t-shirts from if I'm getting real fancy, I get my t-shirts from Polo. Right? I ain't got no billionaires boy club.
No one believes you. Knock it off.
I get my joints from Polo. You know, if I'm really splurging, I don't got no billionaires boys club, man. Wow.
No one believes you. Knock it off. Shut up.
Boy,
you get your t-shirts from the Dope One. First of all, you get your t-shirts from the dopeones.com. You too can get your t-shirts at the dopeones.com. Yeah.
Reminds me.
I wouldn't know. None of my shirts are actually coming to me. I just sent them all off to other people. So hopefully you've ordered your D'Lo and Casey gear over at the dopeones.com as well.
So the other thing I wanted to bring up, I saw a very interesting stat and one that made me smile. Can't lie, made me smile. The Sacramento Kings have a winning percentage of .366 since their last playoff berth in 2006. The only team
that makes you smile?
No, it gets better.
Oh.
The only teams in the NBA, MLB, NFL, and NHL with a worse winning percentage in that span. Number one, the Cleveland Browns, .319.
Still don't see why this is good, but go ahead.
Number two, the Minnesota Timberwolves, .343.
Still don't see why this is good, but go ahead.
Number three, the Jacksonville Jaguars, .346.
I still don't see why this is good, but go ahead.
And number four, at .363, it's the Las Vegas Raiders.
There it is. Oh wow, we got the extended cut. We got the 1970s club remix right there for that one. Wow. Shout out to all the Kings and Raiders fans who are living through this moment right now. Shout out to our man Marcus. We know it's tough, fam. I know. Shout out to the Las Vegas Raiders. Don't worry. You got Chucky there. He'll turn this all around, right, guys? Oh. The short version there. We got the quick cut. Okay.
That's when I dip out on the short version.
We'll touch on our favorite moments of the Kings season, most impressive performances of the Kings season as well. You've heard from Marvin Bagley. No one left to hear from except for Richaun Holmes. The guy that we're all anxious to see what happens with him, and he's just as anxious as we are. You'll hear what Richaun Holmes had to say as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
There's a strong case to be made. I mean, the Timberwolves might be, I'm not gonna say they're a worse franchise than the Kings, but Jesus.
What do you think the Kings would sell for today? Like Minnesota just sold for $1.5 billion.
I think the Kings would go for 1.75.
I was going to say it'd have to be. I mean, just in California alone, it's going to cost you more. It costs you more to be in California than to be in Minnesota. I was thinking, man, I guess 1.7 is flirting with 2. It would be.
I think they get to 2.
What will someone pay for it? Right. That's what it all boils down to, is what would someone pay for it? Chicken feet. Always love that. Chicken feet says 1.8. Yeah, I think it really, just because of California alone, it flirts with that. It flirts with that 2 marker. Are they valued? Is that right? They're valued at 1.8. I didn't see that. Okay. Appreciate you, Peyton. I didn't see that. Good call.
1.8.
That means if that's what they're valued at, that means they'd sell for more.
Yeah,
so
for like 2.
Game 916. Yeah. Again, it's not what it's worth; it's what someone will pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Minnesota's probably a bigger market than we give the credit for too. 1.5 isn't that surprising.
I guess.
They're big enough.
It just doesn't feel like the Timberwolves are worth 1.5.
The Timberwolves are not worth it, but being in Minnesota, I mean,
being in the NBA,
being in the
being an
NBA
NBA owner, it's like the ultimate.
for sure. Chick Feet asked a good question earlier. I meant to get to all day. He said, "What were our thoughts about Louis King?" Louis King looked good on Friday.
Louis the King, yeah, he was fun. I think his mom retweeted us.
Really?
Mrs. the King, Mrs. Queen the King. Yeah, no, he was. I'm not gonna like read into it like, oh, look at what the Kings found. Like it was the last game. Like I'm not gonna read anything into it. But yeah, it was fun.
I like what I see from Louis the King. Just not even in these Kings games. Just the clips. I don't get the same vibes that I did with Terrence Davis. I'm not saying that, but I like the way he moved out there.
I like the way you move. It's funny, man. I look at when I get like really bored or burnt out trying to work on this show, I look at old wrestling clips on YouTube. So when you go to ESPN 1320's like YouTube channel, like like your home screen, when you go, there's a picture, like there's a clip of Zeus.
Oh my gosh.
Zeus. Oh man. So good.
Mama King.
Mama King.
Mike Vick.
Mike Vick.
Matt Ryan got to the Super Bowl. But I'm taking Mike Vick.
I'm gonna call Pete today. It'd be a good day to get Pete. It'd be a good week to have Pete on.
Oh.
I'm gonna set things up with Ham. We got something cool cooking with James Ham.
Yes, sir.
Iron that out today. I was hoping we'd have an emergency call. Hey, Ham, can you join us at 3:15 to talk about the news that just broke? But nope. Nope. That's all right. And that's okay. That's okay. Appreciate you, Greenie. Thanks for the love, man. We're here with the commercial free until the top of the 4 o'clock hour. If you want to be a part of the conversation, 916-349-1320. A quick reminder here. You can hear the Wizards and the Celtics tomorrow at 6 p.m. here on ESPN 1320. Then coming up on Wednesday, the Warriors and the Lakers. Got to cover. We may have to call our man Bonte Hill, see if he can get on the air with us for a little bit before that game gets underway and talk about that massive play-in game with the Warriors and the Lakers. It sure looked like for a couple of guys in a team that said they didn't give a damn about no play-in game, they sure looked awfully excited when Steph was going nuts in that game. And what did you think about, by the way, did you see LeBron called Steph the MVP? Did you have a reaction to that? It appears that you did. And keep in mind, oftentimes when I ask Kenny questions, I very much know the answer because we have this document, right, that we write ideas in that lay them out through the show. And I wrote LeBron calls Steph the MVP.
What did I say?
Kenny wrote right below it, LeBron needs to stop sucking up to Steph. So
it's nasty. It's nasty.
Explain yourself.
All this sucking up to Steph Curry that he's been doing this year. It's just really ridiculous.
Bruh.
It really is, man. Yeah. Now, you weren't on the call today because you were handling business, but Danny in San Francisco brought up a good point when I brought that up because I said, oh, yeah, I'm going to talk about that today. LeBron sucking up to Steph. And Danny said,
getting worked.
Right. He said he's setting up the narrative.
Oh, Lord. Don't take no.
So when he beats him, he can be, oh, I bet I beat the guy that could be the MVP. Or if he loses to him, what'd you expect me to do? This is a guy that's the MVP of the league. And that's
it's a work. That's it. He's not setting it. He's setting him up to beat him. Like he builds up his opponent. That's what he does. He builds up Steph to be a credible opponent. So it looks bigger when he beats him.
He's been sucking up to Steph all year.
That's not, man. You are a mark. That's exactly what you are. You fall for this every time. And as soon as I saw you put that in our sheet, I was like, Kenny's getting worked by LeBron.
He was sucking up to him at the All-Star game.
You're like young Kenny Caraway at 7 years old watching Hulk Hogan train, say your prayers, and eat your vitamins.
My boots.
Steph is Kate. LeBron is working you right now.
Well, look, LeBron. He already got Jared Dudley out there doing his dirty work. This is going to be the hardest playoff run of all time. All right, calm down. I thought last year was the hardest one of all time.
The next one's the hardest one of all time.
Hey, man, LeBron needs to be doing stuff, and it makes me sound a certain way because I love LeBron.
It does make you sound a certain way.
Man. I do. I love LeBron, but I just be laughing at him. Like I said, we can go all the way back to the broken wrist. Come on, man.
Shattered in 1,000 pieces.
Oh my gosh. Stop it.
That was one of the greatest missed dunks of all time, though. Give him that.
Oh, no, it was.
It was one of the greatest missed dunks. Yeah.
Should have put Draymond in the basket.
I want to get to the Kings and some of our end of the year-end awards, favorite moments, biggest performances, different things like that. But I want to get to Tony here real quick. 916-349-1320. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Before I get to my main point, I just want to tell Kenny, the Niner fan after my own heart, I just want to know, did you ever count the almost Super Bowl one where Ronnie Lott got called for that fake pass interference against the Redskins? The NFC Championship game, because I think you're missing another one we should have won.
You know what? I gotta be honest, Tony. It's a little before my time. I was alive. I don't have the video because I didn't live it. But I know a lot of Niner fans say, yes, that was.
So how many Super Bowls does that put you guys up to now? Like 12?
11.
Yeah. All right.
At least 11. And they're all legit. Tell this man, they're all legit. I'm not just throwing anything out the sky. These were literally Super Bowls that should have been.
Yeah, they wanted the rest of the NFL to win a few. That's what happened.
So sounds like
disappointed in you, Tony.
Well, so with the suit, I agree with you because it turned into kind of a fashion show. And I've also been a lifelong Niner fan. I'm a lifelong Warrior fan. My favorite non-Warrior players are guys that can do everything on the court. Like Mr. Westbrook.
Hey, you totally redeemed yourself. Well done, Tony.
I love him as a player. Not as much as I love Draymond because he's a Warrior, but I love Westbrook. And one of my favorites in the bubble was when he wore an Iron Maiden shirt, and I was so happy with that. I'm a big Iron Maiden fan. So I think with Westbrook, he really made it a fashion show. So I would like to see it come back and kind of see his style. And then some of the things he wears. It was always an interesting little twist. I wouldn't mind seeing that again.
Okay, yeah, I'm with that. And Tony's obviously talking more about a player's dress code than a coach's. You know what look that I like? I mean, he's really inspiring me, but I don't think I could do it. Tyrese has been rocking like,
oh boy, them Sacramento summers with them short shorts.
Man, I just don't like I can't lie. I spent some time in the gym looking in the mirror like, okay, and I'm like flexing like I can't do it. Like I don't think I could pull that. I'm confident. If I think it looks good, I give a damn what anybody else thinks. Like I'm very, very confident in the way that I dress. I don't think I could do that one. That's a look that I just don't think I could pull off.
You don't need no tone looking legs.
I firmly disagree.
You wear the short.
I disagree.
Tyrese has chicken legs. He got some skinny little legs and he wears them.
He had some like he had some on for I don't think it was
the white was that the Grizzlies game?
Yes. Dude, them joints was I was like, man, I think Tyrese forgot to put pants on. Like them shorts was like there are short shorts and Tyrese been killing that look, but then there were those and it was like Ty. Okay, fam, like out there in some boxers.
Ramsey on here talking about ain't no grown man supposed to be wearing Johnson.
And that's the look.
Speak for yourself, Ramsey.
That's the look, bro.
This summer 2021, my thighs will be seen. That's just what it is nowadays. That's just what it is. You ain't gonna see. But you want me wearing the Jalen Rose shorts? Come on, man. You want me looking like Adam Sandler out here?
Oh my gosh, Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler got true FU money when he dresses like that. He's just like, look, if I want to play basketball in shorts that touch my ankles and a polo shirt, that's what I can do. What are you gonna do? Not only am I going to wear this to play basketball, when I go to the Tonight Show later, I'm gonna keep this same outfit on.
Yeah, man, that's great. But two things.
That's a wild look I can't pull off.
I'm
not ready for it yet.
I think you can get the Tyrese, number one. That's that.
You have to have the right top for it too. Like the top has to fit perfectly, or it doesn't work.
Even today, the kids are wearing like well, I said the kids, I got some too, but you know, like that Poetic Justice shirt I got, they're wearing those shirts. They don't really fit, so to speak. They just wear them. They just kind of hang off their body or whatever, and that's what they wear with the short shorts. I mean, I may or may not be wearing that this year, but the short shorts are popping this summer for sure. There's that. Number two, shout out to the WNBA because they getting their own little runway on. I see them girls. They coming in there, you know, and they got the cameras popping and everything. They got their fits coming off. I like that. I like the aura they're coming in with. So there's that. And number three, he brought up Russell Westbrook, and it reminded me to ask you, when Russ gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, would you go? Are you going to go?
Oh, no. I doubt it. No,
You're
I
never
mean,
going to do mass again.
No, it's not that. It's just like I mean, I love Russ. I don't think I'm going to the Hall of Fame to watch him get inducted.
It doesn't have that same feel as like the NFL. Like I know people like when Frank Gore goes in, when Patrick Willis goes in, I'm gonna be there. Like
I watched Hulk Hogan go in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Like you were there?
Yeah, it was at the Staples Center, WrestleMania 21.
How was that Hall of Fame?
I mean, it was a good class. Like it was a good class, but Hogan obviously led it. The Hall of Fame inductions are boring. I don't know what to tell you. They're boring. And I love Russ. I don't think I'd go to his Hall of Fame. Like if we're not going next year with Chris and Rick Adamant and Yolanda, I mean, there's one Hall of Fame ceremony I'd go to. But outside that one, it's like I don't think I'd be going any of them.
You know what Hall of Fame
that
induction
one will happen in time. I'm positive.
Yeah, for sure. You know what one I dreaded, and it was as much of a circus as I thought it would be. Ray Lewis's induction.
Oh, yeah, that was trash.
That was everything I thought it would be, in a bad way.
Yep. Yeah, that dude
He's
is
a clown, man. Wait, what? Hold on.
He's a clown.
Yeah,
Jazz. Get him, Jazz. What was your favorite Kings moment of the year?
Favorite King moment of the year. I mean, there was a couple of good ones here in the chatty house that that I really liked. Some people said Buddy's tip in the first game of the year. I mean, that was some good stuff. That was some really. I jumped in the living room for that one. Harrison's game-winning three-pointer. That was a great one.
Yeah.
I'm torn between two.
Okay.
And I think I know what it is. So I'll go with the runner-up is De'Aaron's dunk on the Pacers. That I lost my mind when he did that. And then the other one is De'Aaron. I think he had like 18 points in the fourth quarter in New Orleans and hit Lonzo with the little look 'em all layup. I lost it when he did that. So I think that's number one. De'Aaron doing what he did in New Orleans.
I had De'Aaron's dunk first.
As I speak out, it could. You want to talk about me losing my mind when he did that and yelled, I lost it. So I might switch him around.
I had De'Aaron's dunk first, and then Harrison's three second against Cleveland, the buzzer beating three, and combined with De'Aaron's pass, and that whole thing, like that's up there.
Yeah,
those were some great moments.
The dunk and the yell. I mean, and for whatever reason, I remember exactly what happened that day on the show. I was on De'Aaron's head that day.
I remember that.
Yep. I need more from this dude. He ain't doing. I was on him, and I felt seen after he dunked it and yelled right there.
He was yelling at you.
But I was happy as hell. I know that much. I see me like that all the time, please.
We're going to try to answer some of the biggest questions heading into the offseason in just a few minutes, and perhaps none bigger than the ones surrounding Richaun Holmes. You'll hear what Richaun Holmes had to say today coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Most impressive performance of the Kings season? You got one that really stands out for you?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple on the low that that kind of stood out.
Mhm.
For whatever reason, Terrence Davis against Milwaukee, scoring 27. That was a big game.
Okay.
I enjoyed watching that from him. It's got to be De'Aaron, though.
Mhm.
It's got to be De'Aaron. I think he had, I'm doing this off the top of my head, it shouldn't be, but he had 43 against, I had it right here on the screen. Going up. But he had 43.
He had 43 against New Orleans.
43 against New Orleans. That's the one that stood out to me as the performance of the year, because that was the first time I had seen him do it like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was like, oh, you can go for 40. And if I remember, it wasn't this unbelievably dominant game like where he was just like it seemed in the flow, if that sounds crazy.
It looked easy.
Yeah.
It looked easy.
He shot 30 times. I see that, but it seemed like it was in the flow.
Well,
the other good one that I would have put up there, but it's not. It was a bad team, was when he played the Warriors, and I think he had 44.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, the theme is De'Aaron here. I went with a performance that I thought was bigger, just not in terms of numbers. He had 36, but it was against the Clippers. That was the one, and he needed remember, they beat the Clippers. That was their fourth win in a row. That was like 7 of 8.
That's when I did the emergency post game vibes.
Okay, there you go.
Air horn. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the one where it's like, oh, okay. You just did this against Paul George, Kawhi. You just did this against the Clippers. You just did this against a good defensive team. Okay, it wasn't a 148, 130, 9 slugfest or nothing like that. It was, De'Aaron kind of taking control of the game against a team that was significantly better than Sacramento and getting a 3-point win in which they needed every single one of his 36 points.
That was a hell of a game, man. That was a hell of a time. That was a time.
That's it right there. It was a hell of a time because everything went to hell 2 days later when they played Philadelphia, and thus the 9-game losing streak began.
Damn. I'm going through De'Aaron's game log right now. In March, he averaged 29 points a game. Maybe I'm just shocked because I didn't think he could do that. He averaged 29 points a night in March. That's crazy. And he averaged 24.8 in February and only 21 in January, 20 to start the season in December. But one thing that it equates to me is in December and January, he was averaging 16 shots a night. In February and March, he was averaging 19.5 in February, 20.6 in March. When he gets some shots up, he can score on another level. He averaged 21 shot attempts a night in April and averaged 27 a night. So, man, like I said, De'Aaron Fox, big expectations for him, big hopes for him when he was drafted. I thought he'd be a different type of player, but beloved nonetheless. I did not see him being this type of scorer where he put up 29. I don't know the math, but he averaged 28 or something over the last 2 months of the season.
Mm.
I didn't think De'Aaron Fox would ever average 28 points a game.
Yeah, we were really robbed losing him for what turned out to be 3.5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Man, finished with 25.2 on the season. I think that's 15th in the league. 7.2 assists. That's 9th in the league.
Hell of a season, man.
He's special, man. Like
a hell of a season.
He's special. Unfortunately, we didn't get to hear from him today. We heard from Harrison. We heard from Marvin. We heard from Tyrese. We heard from Richaun Holmes. Richaun Holmes, obviously, all eyes are on him this offseason, and he's excited for it, but he's just not quite sure what it brings.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I really don't know how to approach it. Never really been in a situation like this before. And, I'm just going to enjoy the summer. I'm going to enjoy it, going to train like I normally do, getting ready for next season. And, just try to keep everything in like a normal routine that I do in my off season kind of. And just go from there. But, it's definitely an exciting time for me, for my family. And, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to it.
And you should, brother, because your life is going to change here in the next couple of months. Your life is going to change forever. Your family's life is going to change forever. But he absolutely recognized that Sac loves him, and he loves Sacramento right back.
Man, me personally, like I said before, I love playing here in Sacramento. The things that we've been building here these last 2 years, and where I can see the potential of this team going is great. And so for me, I love Sacramento, have loved playing here, every second, and definitely want to look to continue that. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that never goes unnoticed for me. Just the love that Sacramento has for me and things of that sort, and the attention and love and everything I received from the fans since I've been here. And so none of that goes unnoticed. And as we go into the summer, we'll see what happens.
We will. Hopefully it involves a bag full of money from Monty McNair. I get talking about the salary cap is always funny because no, we can't pay Richaun that much. Like, man, it is not your money. You ain't got to worry about it. I promise you, none of this money is coming out of your pocket. None of it is coming out of your account. If the Kings want to spend it on Richaun Holmes, God bless it. Let them spend it on let them spend it on Richaun Holmes.
Well, I will say this. And I would think somebody that is saying something like that is doing it in a reasonable way where, yeah, it's not our money, but if it affects what they can pay somebody else because of the salary cap, maybe that's where they're coming from.
And just move somebody. It's easy. Got a trade machine. Put someone's name in a trade machine. Who says no? Isn't that how the trade machine works?
I'm trying.
Don't they just get teleported to whatever destination that the trade gets approved?
If that was the case, Buddy would have been in Toronto by now.
I hate the trade machine. Have I mentioned that recently? Absolutely hate it. Richaun fits the theme. Harrison, Marvin, Tyrese, they were all asked about their relationship with the coaching staff. Here's what Richaun Holmes said today.
Oh, most definitely. This staff, man, it has been great working with this staff. I mean, they have a lot of love for the game and have a lot of love for us. You can tell they pour in a lot, when we need to get shots up late, they're ready. They always are ready to do whatever we need. They've done a great job at developing us and, just putting in the time with us. And you can definitely tell they want to see us be great. And, it shows in their action. So have a lot of love and appreciation for this coaching staff.
It's 4 players today showing a lot of love for the coaching staff.
I may have an opposite take than you would think for this.
Okay.
But it's cool that that's how they feel or whatever. But if you like them so much, why aren't you guys playing better? Because you're about to get all these people that you like so much fired.
Well, that's not going to fix anything, Kenny. That's like 4th on the list of things that the Kings need to address is firing coaches.
Yeah. It's on the list, though.
Oh, it's on. Okay.
It wasn't on the list to address how to figure that out.
I don't like.
But I hear that. We hear that constantly, and I believe them.
We've heard it from everybody.
But like you guys, but you like this guy so much, you're about to get them fired. That alone should motivate you to do differently.
But is it one person, 2 people, maybe who aren't doing their all to? There could potentially be. Don't know this. Just grabbing the spaghetti out the pot, throwing it against the wall, seeing what sticks. Don't know if it's done yet.
Gross.
I know it's dumb. I never understood that analogy. I always wondered, like, do you eat the spaghetti after you throw it against the wall? I just need someone to clarify that for me. 5 starters. Is it possible that 2 of them don't really like Luke?
Yep.
And maybe 2 of them don't really care if he gets fired. So Maybe two of them aren't Richaun talking about busting his ass. Harrison talking about busting his ass. Tyrese, same thing. Bagley was kind of like, yeah, no, everything's fine. Like we talk. So maybe not everybody works the same way for their coaches. Maybe not everybody is concerned about whether the coach is fired or not in the offseason.
Yeah.
Just a question. Just throwing it out there.
I agree, and I understand. And those two guys now, Buddy, I do feel like he likes Luke now. I do feel that way. Does he ultimately care if he's here or not? I don't know. That's up for debate. But I do think he's kind of turned the corner with his relationship with Luke to a place that he wasn't at the end of last season. They're not best friends.
So, like, if Luke called him, would he pick up? Because remember, there was a time
this year
he'd pick up this year.
Yeah, this offseason, I think he'd pick up.
Okay.
So I think it's a little different. Bagley, Bagley he's not tripping off Luke one way or another. Like, if he's gone, he's gone. He's like, all right, let's move on. But I think these are the things that maybe Harrison was talking about when he was talking about putting your individual, like all this stuff that you think gets you respect in this league. It's only part of the equation, all the individual stats, all the numbers, all this other stuff. The way you truly get respect is by winning. And they've got to get on the same page where winning is the most important thing to them. Not one of, it's the most important thing. And that's what they're going to need to do, regardless of who the coach is, to prosper in this league.
Here's more from Harrison Barnes. He talked about the team's growth throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think we've definitely we've had a lot of individual growth, like I said, amongst guys who've come in, guys who've been here, getting better, developing. But it has to show up in the wins and losses. It has to show up in our team being elevated. We've kind of nailed on career years and discoveries and things like that. But how do we get ourselves to being in the playoffs? How do we get ourselves to being an over 500 team? How do we get ourselves into winning even when we're not playing well?
There's a particular line at the very beginning of that stood out to me.
Yeah, and I think we've definitely we've had a lot of individual growth, like I said, amongst guys who've come in, guys who've been here, getting better, developing. But it has to show up in the wins and losses.
So when I felt like when he pointed out individual growth, and he kind of goes on to elaborate a bit further and kind of say this without directly saying it. There's individual growth, but none of that has led to team growth.
Mm-hmm.
And I just can't get why? If there has been individual growth, you're talking about career years. He was having one before the lineup change, and ultimately, I don't know how this year shakes out in terms of his past seasons. But two, De'Aaron had a career year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, Buddy didn't. Marvin did. There's a lot of guys that didn't have career year, but De'Aaron did, and so I don't know. Maybe I'm reading between the lines a little bit too much with that, but it's like, okay, cool. We've all had individual success, but none of that has led to team success. So whose shoulders does that fall on? How do you have a guy like Harrison Barnes who at one point this year, team playing both good and bad, how do you have a guy like Harrison Barnes having a career year at the same time De'Aaron Fox is having a career year, but yet it amount to nothing better for your team?
People get upset when they say that this is a young team. They just got to
right.
When Luke says it's a young team.
This team is not young.
The team is not young. The core is young. And so when you talk about that, and this is, in my opinion, this is how a career goes. You come in here, you try to be the best player that you can be. You try to establish yourself in the league. Once you do that and it doesn't get you anywhere, now it's like, all right, we'll talk about Fox. I've averaged 29. I can average 28 in this league, but we're not winning. How do I either do the same and elevate my teammates, or maybe do a little bit less yet still elevate my teammates? That doesn't come in the first 3-4 years typically for these young players. You know what I mean? And that's, I think, what I'm not saying he was talking to Fox directly, but you talk about him. You talk about Marvin Bagley. You talk about Tyrese Haliburton. Like, these are the guys. Like, yeah, Mo Harkless isn't young. Harrison Barnes ain't young, but a lot. Shavano, as they like to call him, isn't young. But we don't expect to see these guys after 2 or 3 years. Maybe not even after this offseason. But Fox, Haliburton, they are young. Bagley is young. You know what I mean? So understanding that, all right, I was able to do this offensively, or, you know, have these career years and things of that nature. I have to turn that individual growth now into team growth. If I'm going to be the leader, if I'm going to be here and be an established part of what this franchise is trying to do. And I don't think it was shade or anything like that. I think it was, there's somebody that needs to say that, you know, okay, he didn't say him by name and we're all kind of alluding to it, but somebody needs to be like, all right, Fox, you've shown in this league, you're one of the stars. You're one of the potential stars. Now you have to find a way to turn that into a winning product. That's your next step. And I agree with him. I agree with it. It's just a natural progression of a young player in this league.
So just to help me clarify, do you think this team is young?
No, I don't think they're young, but like I said, I think they're best player. They're number one, their best player.
They're inexperienced.
Yeah. Their best player is like one of the youngest people on the team.
Sure. Well, are you talking about De'Aaron?
Yeah.
Tyrese.
De'Aaron. And Tyrese is probably their second best player.
Right. Okay. That's what I was going. I mean, how old is Tyrese?
De'Aaron's 22.
De'Aaron's now 22. Okay.
So there's as much as we're like we love his stats and all this other stuff, there is a learning curve and a learning process that I feel like somebody De'Aaron is going through as we speak. He's not a finished product physically and mentally.
And he just keeps getting better every year. Hell, this year he got better during the year, which was, it felt like he took a massive leap, like from before the All-Star game to after the All-Star game. And I think it's one of the most impressive, because De'Aaron has taken a lot of proverbial steps in his career. I think this was one of the most impressives.
Ramsey corrects this, and he's correct with De'Aaron's 23, Marvin is 22. These guys are still on the 25 under 25 list.
Okay. Well, okay. But Marvin's not Corcor. Corcor is De'Aaron and Tyrese. 916-349-1320. Manny, Manny, we almost got through the whole day without hearing from you.
Hey, I was enjoying it. I was sipping on some cognac a lot.
There you go. That's my man. Okay. I like it.
Cognac.
I do want to talk about your day drinking, but no, that's fine. We'll talk about it off the air. That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate your love for the brand.
One problem at a time.
What's on your mind, Manny?
I think it's interesting, the correlation of Bagley and Luke, like how people are like so venomous on both sides, and to me they're both like in the same. They've been around almost the same amount of time. They're both are on that underachieving. At this point, they're both underachievers with the team, and yet there's so many people that could be pro Bagley and against Luke and vice versa. And to me, they're like two peas in a pod. Like they're both in that same boat. I feel like if you feel one way about the other, you should almost feel the same way about the other, just so correlated in so many ways. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, partner.
No, I don't. I don't correlate those two together. Sorry, I love Manny. I think the day drinking we'll address at a later time. But Manny, of course, is drinking responsibly, as we urge all to do.
Yeah.
I think we're all. I think that's one of the frustrations with the season coming to an end is we're all just like searching for like, okay, well, what is it this time? What's wrong this time? So we laid out what it was last year. Mm-hmm. Oh, it was the unknown. We had the unknown to hold on to last year. Mm-hmm. Remember the run before the March 11th, and we missed what would have been the biggest game of the season against the Pelicans that night. Yeah. And then everything stops. Bubble. We're all excited for the bubble. Like don't reshape that history. We were pumped for the bubble. Didn't know if the Kings were going to get in, but hey, Marvin's back. We see what happens. It all goes poorly. So we just like year after year. Remember the 39 win season? Oh, why take an 8 seed when next year we'll be 50 wins and we'll be in like the 4th or 5th seed? Like that's what people thought after the Dave Yeager year. Yeah. But no, you're left to like you're left to search, and now we're trying to tie in players and coaches, and we're trying to figure out faults and blame the roster, blame the coaches, blame the timeline. We've got list of priorities. We've got the chronological list here, and then we've got the ranking of importance list right here. And this is the product of losing. You know what I mean?
Product of losing, but I don't feel like this team is that far away. Somebody asked me over the weekend, or maybe it was earlier in the week, they said, if there was no changes made, would you still feel good about this team? And that's not what I would choose. But if that was the case, yeah, I'd feel like this team should make the playoffs.
Why?
I think they have enough talent on the roster to they're it doesn't show it because they're not there. I think they're a better team than San Antonio. San Antonio lost out and got in the playoffs because they won one game, and you got to tip their hat for winning that game against the Kings. But I think they're better next year. I would pick the Kings to be better than San Antonio next year. I think they're around the same level of Memphis. That's what we're talking about. I'm not talking about this team being a championship contender. Can they get into the play-in playoff scenario with the roster that they have at the end of the season right now? I think so.
So, okay. Something has to change one way or another. So, like, even if Richaun comes back, mm-hmm. right, you've committed money to Richaun.
Mm-hmm.
Even if this scenario, like if everyone is literally back, you've committed money to them. Mm-hmm. to the Mo Harklesses and the Terrence Davises and guys like that. So the chances of you. So you think you're good with that?
Now you're sounding like them Twitter people. I didn't say that's what I would do, but if I had no choice and they came back, would I be okay with that? Yeah. What I'm now going to be angry?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. But that's I'm not framing as like you're going to riot over it. What I mean is like you believe in that scenario that this team who lost 9 straight times twice this year, who had losing streaks the year prior of like 5, like 6 and 8. Mm-hmm. Same coach, same everything. You think they're better than? They're not a play-in team next year.
If they
I don't see that.
If they stayed the same, they wouldn't be a play-in team to you.
I mean, so you've got them being better than San Antonio. New Orleans,
they're about the same.
So we're just dueling it out with New Orleans for the 10th spot.
New Orleans,
and I assume we're probably dueling it out with San Antonio too, because we're not talking about being significantly better. You're talking about just being enough better.
And this is,
and hell, San Antonio's got their own changes coming up.
Yeah, I was about to say, you got semantics going on. DeMar DeRozan's a free agent for San Antonio and things of that nature. So, I think they'll be better than them. Lonzo's leaving New Orleans, all that other stuff. I think they'll be right around the same place for them if they've made no changes. Obviously, they're getting a draft pick. That's one change. They need to figure out some things free agent wise. So there will be some changes. But if the league said, look, we're not allowing an offseason this year, everybody just run it back the same way, I think they would finish in that play-in scenario.
Fascinating move from the league right there. It'd be fascinating. Okay. I thought we would fix all the Kings' problems here by 4 o'clock, and we didn't.
We did. If you guys just listen to me, everything will be fixed.
No, if we listened to you, everything would stay the same.
That's not true. Somebody asked me a question. Me a question, and I answered it.
You got everything staying the same. So if we learn nothing else, we learn that Kenny thinks the Kings are great and everything's fine. There is nothing to see here. Run it back, people. Run it back. That's what I heard. That's what the chat house heard. That's what everybody listening on 1320.
You just skim through it.
No, that's what everybody on 1320 heard, man. If anything were to happen, like news or something, go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320, hit the follow button, youtube.com/ESPN1320, hit the subscribe button. I'm not insinuating anything's going to happen. I don't think anything's going to happen. But if it does, make sure you have your alert set. We'll make sure we pop on for you no matter what time of day or night it is. Maybe they conspired to keep this news out till 4 o'clock.
No.
Yeah, I don't think any news is coming. But I know one thing for sure. Kenny and I will be back tomorrow at 12. We appreciate you so much for being with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Oh dear. Casey says this roster can win a title. That's what I heard.
I'm out here getting recruited.
That's what I saw. That. Now better back off.
That's funny, man. So y'all
put you in the morning.
Clever, man. You guys are really clever.
Be fired in 6 months.
You guys are really clever, man.
Now, Roddy, have you been here the whole time? I feel like you've just kind of like checked in and out. Appreciate you, David. Roddy, I'm gonna need to see how many accounts you're in charge of right now.
Oh man, come on, Roddy. Come on, man.
We really didn't get any news today. Just
that area is Scandia. That's it.
Oh yeah.
I actually think that's where our studios are, aren't they?
Yeah. Down the street. Yeah. So like when you get off the freeway, their building used to be. That's not where their building is anymore, though. Their building used to be here, and ours was. It's essentially across the street. It's just further down. So like theirs is over here. Theirs is back here. Ours was over here.
Yeah, that's all I know about that area. Must be a nice place. I don't know.
It's not.
Where is it at?
That's why everybody's moving.
Where is it at?
No, it's not Carmichael.
Where is it?
Neither. I thought you were talking about the station.
Yeah, the station.
Yeah, that's not Carmichael.
What is that?
I don't think so. I think it's like Sacramento.
North Highlands?
North Highlands is like a couple feet over. It's like
it's definitely. I only say Carmichael. I see the sign.
This is trash. It's Sacramento. Yeah, that's what I said. It's a couple feet away. Why is everybody arguing with me? Intercom, Madison. It's Sacramento.
Oh no.
That's our old station, our old building, I should
Citrus
say.
Heights, maybe that's what I see. Citrus Heights. There is definitely a sign I see out there, and it ain't Sacramento. I think it's Citrus Heights. I think you're right about that, King Boss.
You're not King Boss, and neither is Kenny. But it's fine. Y'all can sit over here and Jesus, like I literally just looked it up. It's Sacramento. Okay, now you're just being an ass. Now everybody's getting suspended. Uh-oh. Accident. They like to associate with
man, always.
They like to associate it with North Highlands, but it's just Sacramento. You guys are so ridiculous.
What school you go to, man?
What's Ramsey saying it's Sacramento. What are we talking about?
Carmichael. He didn't say
it's not Carmichael. It's definitely not Carmichael. The zip code, Ramsey, is
let him know, chicken feet.
95841.
No.
South Sac doesn't consider
Sacramento stops in downtown.
Yay! Securing the Bagley. We're in the same neighborhood, baby. Let's go.
Something happened in the Thomas the other day. Somebody
Might
said
be neighbors.
Thomas. Damn, why am I drawing a blank? I think was it a restaurant or something is in the Thomas. I was like, oh, word.
There is no restaurant out here that you're going, oh, word?
They're putting a fat burger in the Thomas, I think.
Oh, I think you mentioned that.
Where's Aceberg coming with these facts?
Kenny's favorite. I mean, he knows you.
Apparently not.
I believe it. I believe it.
Foothill Farms. I've never been there, Coach Molly.
No, I think that's what the neighborhood is called.
Oh, what neighborhood? Where Scandia is?
The vicinity of Scandia, which is on a different side.
Yeah. I know neighborhood.
I just admire the people who actually get on. I admire the people who actually get on that ride. Like y'all went to Scandia and got on that.
Come on, man.
That'll never not be fascinating to me.
Man, come on.
Like y'all. Oh, is it? Wait, is that real? Raising Cane? No.
Yeah, no, Raising Cane
for real.
Locations out here.
Okay,
they got one coming in Laguna, and then they got one coming. I think somewhere out there. I don't know. I may explore my city a little bit more.
Okay. Nah, securing the Bagley. I'm more in like the Westlake area. Oh, shut up.
He ain't. I'll put it to you like this: he ain't buying the Thomas High.
Oh yeah, that's you know how this is how you know you live in a bad area when there's the direction attached to it. So like South Sac, because that the Natomas High, that's South Natomas. So if there's a direction on it, it's like, hey, man, which isn't true because East Sacramento is popping and so is West Sacramento. But
oh man. That's hilarious.
If it was just central Los Angeles, it'd be fine. But it's South Central Los Angeles. That's two directions. Like, hey, man, ain't gonna do that.
Oh man. Wait a minute. On the border with
please tell me this is real. Please tell me that that's real. Man. Please tell me that that's real.
Why are they even putting it this? You know what we do need though out here? We need a Scandia and we need some batting cages out here in the South Side. I shouldn't have to go to Scandia to go to some batting cages. It's ridiculous. Come on, man.
I know. I see it too. Oh, RV. Yeah, that fixed everything.
Anybody know where they got some batting cages outside of Scandia? But see, I don't want to be in like a cage. I want to have the whole thing where I can hit it to the back of the cage. Just put me.
I don't want to be in a cage. That's too much like jail. I just want a batting cage, not a cage.
The Thomas High.
Oh,
historical what?
That's funny. Folsom Sports Complex.
Oh, Molly, that's even farther away.
Well, you didn't ask how close it was.
So I don't have to go.
Well, wait a minute.
Folsom and Elk Grove both.
Well, you just named the whole city, though Kenny's house does encompass most of the whole city.
Where on Elk Grove?
I did not see it, Aceberg. You're the second person to ask me. I honest to God didn't know that there was a zombies match happening on Backlash last night. What? I did not see it. I know it involved the Miz and I think Damian Priest. I did not see it.
Oh man.
I can't imagine it was good. It just
they're in a bad spot right now because I haven't. This month after WrestleMania has been terrible.
And so you know how they tried to save it by tagging the name WrestleMania on the Backlash. Like, how stupid do you think we are? Stop it.
Next year they tried to run back every match, right?
Next, yeah, I guess kind of.
Want to see that
next month? It's going to be WrestleMania Over the Edge. Well, they retired that pay-per-view, but you know what I mean.
But I think that's why it might be why I was out of it, because I think the original, thing for that was everybody gets their rematches. And I was like, no, I saw WrestleMania for a reason. I wanted WrestleMania, those matches. I didn't need to see them again.
Oh man. It wasn't okay. Yeah, I know Tim was watching it. Yeah, it used to be. I might go watch that one. I was curious about that one. I bet that was a good. I can't imagine whoever beats Roman, they better not screw it up. Like whoever beats Roman should be a big freaking deal, because they have built him up like he's bigger than. Well, I'd argue he's as big. Is he bigger than Brock?
I would say Brock. I think he's looked at as unbeatable as Brock was.
They've done it. They did a good job. Like Brock's thing for me was always he felt like a big deal. Like Brock always felt like a big deal. I feel like Roman is a big deal right now. And it's been a long time since they've had someone who was a big deal.
It's a little different because Brock, the way in the match, it was just he was going to beat the hell out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Roman be in trouble and all this other stuff, and he'll pull it out. Brock was just Suplex City, John Cena. I'm gonna throw him around 12 minutes.
When Roman pulled Bryan on top of Edge and beat them both, I was like, oh,
that was some boss stuff.
That's different. Yeah. Like that is that's very true. Stacy Keibler was roll tide for sure. And I agree. Roman's heel turn has been spectacular.
Wait a minute, come on.
Yep, I see it. Y'all are flirting with God right now, man. You might wanna back up a little bit.
Come on,
man. Y'all are tempting the wrong.
What y'all think we gonna click on that?
No, ain't gonna do that. Ain't gonna be me.
Come on, man.
Ain't gonna be me. I ain't gonna mysteriously die in my sleep. Man, it's a shame what happened to. You clicked on that one text and it was over.
I actually got a Monday where not too much is going on tonight. It's been a while.
Today is chill for me. Tomorrow is a bit of a wreck. But
tomorrow the LYBA's back at it.
Let's go. Hitting streak.
I said second half of the season he was about to turn up, and he has turned up in the second half of the season in a major way. Saturday was the culmination.
It's funny. If next month is Backlash payback. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yep. Tax day.
Tim Morris, where you at? Oh, you might have DirecTV too.
Yeah, that used to be the other reason I had DirecTV, was so I could watch wrestling at 5:00, and I stopped watching wrestling. Didn't need that damn package anymore, and it's like, I'm out. I don't need y'all. But what I do need is some food. So we're gonna sign off.
Oh, next month is Hell in a Cell, and it's the anniversary of one of the most. They were so pissed. I took Reese to Hell in a Cell last year when.
Yeah. There was a match that Roman and Bryan versus somebody was really good at that pay-per-view. It was Roman and Daniel Bryan versus a tag team, but I can't remember who it was. Part of me wants to say it was like the Luke Harper tag team, but that couldn't have been them, right? Because it started with the Hell in the Cell with the women, and then it went to that Bryan Reigns match, which I thought it was really, really good. But yeah, all right, we're gonna go. So it was like I thought it was Luke Harper's tag team, but I wasn't sure. Okay,
I vaguely remember that one.
It was good. It was a hell of a match. All right, we love y'all.
See
we
y'all.
will remind you to go to the dopeones.com. Use the promo code DLOKC. Dopeones.com. Do that.
Go get some McQueen too.
Do that.